This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. In an interview with Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker, the Evanston, Wyoming mayor, Kent Williams, on Thursday, confirmed that the city plans to discontinue the use of its gas chamber to euthanize animals.
This decision is a huge win for animal advocates who felt that the use of a gas chamber to euthanize animals was cruel and inhumane. Now, Chief of Police Mike Vranish told Cowboy State Daily, however, he still feels that the gas chamber was a humane way to treat animals.
The move by the city of Evanston comes after a unanimous Tuesday decision by the Green River City Council to ban the use of its chamber. The Outdoors Heritage Coalition, a Montana-based sportsmen's group, and two legislators have filed a lawsuit against the Montana Fish and Wildlife Commission and Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that some hunters and lawmakers are saying if Montana doesn't loosen wolf hunting and trapping restrictions, the predators can't be killed fast enough to put a significant dent in the state's wolf population.
We reported previously that a lot of people balked over their proposal to up the kill quota for the hunting and trapping season this year in Montana up to 500. But now there's kind of a counter suit. Two Montana legislators and then a sportsmen's coalition group are suing the state, saying the regulations are too restrictive and they need to be able to kill more wolves faster in order to get the population knocked down.
The lawsuit is the latest move in ongoing disputes over Montana's wolf management policies. A man accused of conspiring with his friend to kill a 23-year-old Big Piney man with a compound bow back in February agreed last week to plead guilty to a lesser charge than the one filed against him 7 months earlier. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports this means the death penalty is off the table for the 19-year-old defendant.
Prosecutor dropped his pursuit of the death penalty, so he was facing life in prison. Rather than go to trial, he struck a plea agreement last week in which the prosecutor would drop that down to the second-degree conspiracy, which is 20 to life. And the prosecutor and the defense attorney would agree on a 54 to life recommendation.
Orion Schlesinger was charged in February with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, which is punishable by life in prison or the death penalty. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
A 60-year-old Casper man facing sentencing Thursday on child pornography and drug charges fired his attorney, then got him back, and then learned that his attempt to withdraw his guilty plea would not be granted by the judge. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the defendant, Mark Chanez, gets to spend some more time free on his $75,000 bond.
He appeared in court and challenged the representation of his attorney. He said that his attorney didn't consider that some Google Doc and some Spectrum connections show that somebody else put those child pornography photographs on his phone.
Chanez on June 18th entered a plea deal with the state where he pled guilty through an Alford plea. After a Natrona County high school senior said her First Amendment rights were potentially being infringed upon for trying to start a club affiliated with Turning Point USA, the state's top education official backed her publicly on Thursday. Cowboy State Daily's Steve Bonell reports the superintendent of public instruction, Megan Dagenfelder, issued an official Wyoming Department of Education statement on the matter.
She told me today via email that she's confident that the local school board and school district leadership are going to handle this. So it remains to be seen how that's going to play out.
The superintendent also stated that administrators and teachers must foster environments that are safe for ideas and debate. And so far, most of Wyoming's data center announcements have revolved around Cheyenne. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports there's plans for a new data center in the state announced by a familiar company.
This data center is headed for a completely different location. This one in Casper, which is also a Prometheus hyperscale project. So Evanston and Casper are both Prometheus hyperscale. This is the third project that Prometheus has announced.
The data center will start with a minimum $500 million investment for an initial 200 megawatts, but could scale up to 1.5 gigawatts in all with up to 600 employees. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, God, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Well, here we are. It's finally Friday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Evanston said they're going to get rid of their gas chamber for unwanted pets. That'll leave none in the U.S., supposedly, although that's not official. Cheyenne man, remember shots fired at the King Supers, and it was a case of road rage, 19-year-old shot dead. Still don't have an ID on who that was. Now we know the 21-year-old who admitted to the shooting was not arrested until now. 2 weeks later. Megan Degenfelder, superintendent of public instruction, stands with the student, claiming her rights were infringed when she encountered roadblocks to standing up a Turning Point USA chapter at Natrona County High School. John Barrasso just went scorched earth on Democrats. His harshest criticism yet. Man. And other news, Casper's getting a big megawatt data center. Who's not? At this point, who doesn't have their huge data center? Cheyenne's got, I don't know, a handful. Casper is getting a gigantic one. 1.5 gigawatt. If that's a lot, I think it is. I always go by Renee. Renee Jean says that's a lot. So, okay, Casper's getting a huge data center. And so far today, this Friday, no one has been shot at the F.E. Warren Air Force Base. But it's still early. And then, we'll check over the weekend. Also, we're going to look at RFK Jr. and why he works out in jeans. Dude, that's weird. I don't care how weird his theories are. For instance, he thinks if you're circumcised, you have a better chance of being on the spectrum. I think his latest notion, he's targeted vaccines, of course, for being a possible cause of autism and other stuff like that. Now I think the latest is if you're circumcised, you're more likely to suffer from autism. All his crazy health theories, and they're not all crazy. I mean, some of them might make good sense, but no matter what comes out of his mouth, it's what he's wearing when he's working out that concerns me. The guy works out in jeans. The health secretary. It's weird. Really weird. Weather forecast today. I don't know, you do you, RFK. Slight chance of rain in Casper, mostly cloudy, 70 today. Lander, you might see rain as well. 69. Evanston, chance of rain. I'll be down in Evanston for a football game. Mostly cloudy, high 66. Rock Springs, chance of rain, 66 as well. Cloudy skies in Pinedale with a chance of rain mainly after 2 with highs 62. Afton, you'll top out 68 with a chance of rain. DuBois, yeah, you might see rain as well. Partly sunny, 63. Jackson, chance of rain, 67. Thermopolis, partly sunny with highs 73 today. Cody, mostly sunny with a high of 74. Big football game in Cody. Star Valley, Cody. Huge showdown in the 3A high school football scene. I think that game's in Cody. It is. 5 o'clock start. Ooh, that's a big one. Should be good weather. Buffalo, partly sunny, breezy, 72. Sheridan, you'll top out around 77 with a slight chance of rain around 2-ish in the afternoon. Newcastle, mostly sunny, 69. Torrington, partly sunny, 75. Partly sunny in Lusk today with highs 68. Cheyenne, slight chance of rain after 3. Mostly cloudy, 67. Laramie, 66. Rain around 3 as well. And a chance of rain in Rawlins. Mostly cloudy, 64 today. So rain creeping into the picture and a little bit of cold weather, I think, for most of the state. Cooler anyway. Starting tomorrow-ish. Kind of wet and cool. And then by Sunday, big cool down. I don't know where that cold front's coming from. We haven't had Don Day on for a while. He's still floating his balloons down in Albuquerque. Got a great photo from that event. It is the world gathering of hot air balloons in Albuquerque, New Mexico, annual, and Don Day forecast weather for the whole event. I think it's like a 9-day event. Beautiful photograph of the balloons lit up at night. It looks really cool. I'll share that with you because that's what Don's Day is doing this week and why he has been spotty with his ability to join us. Hopefully he can get on today. We'll talk with a guy named Matthew Restall. Matthew is one of the premier historians, professor of history and anthropology, particularly in the Latin American studies. This guy's an expert on the Aztec Empire, the Mayans, and Columbus. We happen to be moving toward Columbus Day, right? When is that? I can't remember. It's Columbus Day is just fallen out of favor so much. This is Columbus Day weekend. Or Indigenous Peoples Days, however you choose to rock that movement. That's Monday, the 13th, Columbus Day. So in honor of that, and recognizing that Matthew Restall's latest book, which just came out, is about Columbus, Christopher Columbus, the 9 lives of Christopher Columbus, could be subtitled The 9 Lies of Christopher Columbus. Everything, I think many of us know now that what we thought we knew about Columbus is maybe wrong. And this historian, Matthew Restall, has written over 24 books, many of them re-looking at history, and many of them saying everything we thought we knew about, fill in the blank, is wrong, including the Aztecs. He's got a lot of study in on that and books on that. And then Columbus. We think we kind of know him. We think we know some stuff. Now we find out maybe that's not right. And he dives even deeper. I'm not talking about Columbus discovered America. I think we all know, not really. He discovered the Caribbean and didn't discover it he discovered it on behalf of Spain maybe, but it was kind of discovered because when he got there, people were living there. So I'd say, discovered. He didn't discover America any more than maybe Leif Erikson did, or any number of Vikings, or perhaps even China was here hundreds and hundreds of years before Columbus. So the discoveries, Columbus aspect, not really. That's school textbooks getting it pretty much wrong for a long, long time. Was Columbus kind of mean when he got here? Like mean in he enslaved people he found. It didn't treat them as equals anyway. Yeah, kind of, pretty much. Restall's got all that, and plus even deeper dive. Like, who was Columbus? Was he even Italian? Might have been born in Spain. Might have been born in royalty. Did he really go in front of Spain's rulers and ask for money so he could sail? What was his intent? What was he looking for? All these in the book. Maybe he'll give us some spoiler alerts. He is the guy on Columbus and anything that has to do with Latin American studies. Super smart. Montezuma, Cortez, stuff like that. He wrote the book on that stuff, literally. He'll be on the show today. We're going to be cooking Wyoming with Piper. She's going to be in Cody, I think. Where did she say she was going to be? I think she's at a Cody coffee shop. Must be nice, Piper. Just cruise around the state. Cody Coffee. Yeah. That should be exciting. We're going to learn all about coffee with Piper up there at Cody Coffee. Bill Sniffen will be with us, and we'll get our first look. His first foray, his debut on the Cowboy State Daily Show of Mac Watson, who has replaced Wendy Core as the news voice and the news face of Cowboy State Daily. Mac will be on today. John Baggett. Bags will preview his show tomorrow. Bags takes you on Saturdays on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Does a morning show similar to this, only better. He's really good. Check out Bags tomorrow. He'll preview his show and his guests later today when we have him on. So we got a good day, a lot going on, and a lot of stories to get to, of course, from the Cowboy State Daily, including Evanston saying that they will follow suit. You know the heat was on when you're the last community. You're the last one to get the memo. Green River, yesterday we had news that Green River voted 7-0, their town council, to abolish the animal gas chamber in their shelter. Green River did. That supposedly left, and it's tough to verify, but supposedly this left the only remaining animal gas chamber in Evanston. So what are you going to do, Evanston? And we find out today, a day later, the Evanston mayor said, yeah, okay, we'll follow suit as well. They're going to get rid of their gas chamber. Mayor Kent Williams. And they did mention a few things like, it's not just that easy. I can't go down there. Even though I'm mayor of Evanston, I can't just go down to the shelter and rip that thing out of the wall. He said we got to go through procedures. Particularly, he mentioned the police department. He's got I got to go through Evanston PD and make sure it's okay with them. He talked to the chief of police, Michael Vranish, and said the ban on using the chamber will take effect within a week following city council approval. The chamber will then be destroyed. These chambers are like little boxes where you shoot in carbon monoxide, right? Is that what they use? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, carbon monoxide. And here's one of the quotes from the police department, the police chief, Vranish. He said, yeah, it looks like they're going to take that Evanston gas chamber out, but he still viewed the gas chamber as a safe and humane method. He said, after all, the American Veterinary Association has said carbon monoxide is the most humane method of euthanizing animals, pets. Vranish, the police chief in Evanston, said, I'm not sure where they're getting their information from. That's alluding to this notion that the only gas chamber left in the United States in an animal shelter is in Evanston. He's like, I'm not sure where they're getting that from. I believe there's other agencies out there still using this device. And the police chief continued, the reality of this is, I don't know why this isn't being discussed, but the American Veterinary Association has said carbon monoxide is the most humane method of dispatching pets. If that's true, then the American Veterinary Medical Association needs to maybe update its guidelines. Last guideline came out of them was 2020, a document saying that it is acceptable to use carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide to euthanize animals, so long as doing so does not harm or distress the animal and the flow of gas is regulated. So it is an okay method. Police chief in Evanston said it is the preferred method of the American Veterinary Association, but feeling the pressure, taking the temperature of the room, they can see how this is going and they're going to get rid of theirs. They don't want to they don't want to just throw it out there in the junkyard. Somebody will take it and use it maybe. They don't want to sell it. They don't want anybody to use it, so they are going to destroy it, apparently. But again, animal activist groups have disputed the claim the gas chamber is the most humane method. The police chief Vranish said, I think the gas chamber, from the research I've done, is actually way more humane, and that's why we've stuck with it here in Evanston. But he did acknowledge where it seems the whole world is going, and he did admit that the Evanston gas chamber is getting old and would likely be problematic repairing it moving forward. So he gets it. He and the mayor in Evanston say, we get it. Okay, gas chamber is going. No more. So that leaves nobody using one of these devices in the United States. Maybe. So we hear. But that's the news in Evanston. That is the lead story today, and it's resonating pretty well across the board with many of Cowboy State Daily readers. In fact, let me take a look at the Facebooks and see what people are saying about that story, whether many of the readers of Cowboy State Daily feel it is the most important story. Facebook is very sluggish today. I'm fixing to give up on it. Yeah. Holy cow. It's one of those internet days. Yeah, never mind. The internet's not complying very well. Let's take a quick first break here on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be right back. Thanks for spending your Friday with us. Back in 3.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell, but the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in Du Bois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean pertain to our everyday lives. Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Boom.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me,
When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Finally, Friday, Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, that story, Evanston will discontinue use of its animal gas chamber. That story is one of the many Cowboy State Daily readers are interested in. 494 impressions, 119 comments, 75 shares. Most people in agreement that the gas chamber is an old, antiquated piece of equipment, not humane way to dispatch pets. I think many people are getting caught up in the whole notion that we shouldn't be killing any pets, but they haven't spent any time in a shelter, probably. And again, we're not talking about end-of-life decision for an animal. When your dog or cat has got organ failure and they're old and the best thing to do is put them down. Lethal injection, is that the most humane way to go? We're not talking about that kind of thing. I think, in my mind, when I think of the gas chamber and a shelter, it's getting rid of 3 strikes and you're out, those animals that have just been around for a long, long time and nobody's adopting them. The ugly dog, the older cat, animals that nobody wants, that everybody's passed on. And pretty soon you keep housing and feeding those animals, and here comes more pets coming in. And it's just over. There's some shelters that are just flat out overcrowded. That's hard to stomach. That's hard to handle. No method is humane when you're killing an animal just because nobody wants it. No method is humane. It shouldn't happen. It has to happen. And who you can blame, whatever, breeders, you can blame animal owners that aren't responsible enough. They adopt a puppy at Christmas to give to their children and then find out, well, puppies grow up and puppies do stuff and the kid didn't want a dog anyway and now they get rid of it. Or you're moving, or the new place you go to doesn't allow dogs. Whatever it is, all of a sudden the animal doesn't fit in your life. There's lots of reason the animals are surrendered and shelters are overcrowded. And when those animals have to be euthanized, there is no humane method, because the sad part of it is that shouldn't have to happen. So that is why I think many people say, yeah, get rid of the gas chamber. It's not humane. What you're thinking is it's not humane at all to kill animals when it's not their fault. None of it is humane. No method is good or better than another. That's what we're all caught up in here. So if you really want to get involved in it, if you really want to have an emotional response and opinion, do something about it. Do something about, be the reason that next animal doesn't need to go into a gas chamber or face a needle or whatever the preferred method is. A big piney teen has avoided the gas chamber or the needle. Cowboy State Daily story about the big piney. This is another story that's pretty popular on the Facebook page. Claire McFarland says, remember the two bow and arrow guys? I don't know how else to refer to them. They walked a mile to get to this dude's cabin because one of the dudes that was looking to mess him up, or was looking to kill him really, believed that he had made some kind of pedophile advances on his sister. I don't know where it derives from. They got this notion, two Utes got this notion that another Ute was inappropriate with one of the two Utes' sisters. So they marched with their bow and arrow over a mile to this guy's cabin in Big Piney, and they shot him with a bow, allegedly shot him with a bow and arrow. Like point blank range, so close with a bow and arrow, so powerful that apparently he was embedded into the floor, like, phew. And then for good measure, somehow a .22 caliber pistol is presented, a purple one. Claire is very detailed in her stories. A purple gun, purple and gray, somehow appeared. I don't know if, supposedly it was the victims, but it might have been one of the two Utes. I don't know. They got a .22, and then they shoot, for good measure, shoot the victim in the head. He's already dead. They shoot him 8 times into Farley's scalp. This happened back in February 1st, February 2nd of last year. Schlesinger just pleaded out of that. Orion Schlesinger, the 19-year-old, one of the two Utes, he's the one who said, hey, I was just along for the ride. I didn't do any of the killing. He said he was just caught up in it all. Still, just being along for the ride is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, punishable by life in prison or even the death penalty. At one time, the prosecutor said he was considering the death penalty, pursuing capital punishment on both of them. Sublette County Attorney Clayton Milinkovich originally contemplated the death penalty, later announced he would not. That, again, is all money driven. We talked about that earlier this week, about how Sweetwater County is out of money to pay jurors. It's costly to see justice done. Costly for the state as it's against the person, whether it is the state or the county or the town. It's costly to go to trial. It's very costly to pursue a death penalty because those have automatic higher court appeals. They're going to be tied up in courts for many, many years when you put somebody on death row. So some counties choose not to even go there. Not worth it. Sublette County, certainly not exactly overflowing with money. Sublette County's a small county, and they've already proved historically, going back a few decades ago, that they have trouble with big murder cases. You can go back and look that up. So they were probably more than happy to make a deal with Schlesinger, who appears the lesser guilty of the two, if he really did not take part in any of the killing. And it was the other dude, Litauer, Rowan Litauer, that apparently did everything, allegedly, did the bow and arrow shooting, did the .22 pistol shooting, and then later posted on his socials, "The world is rid of one more pedophile," or something like that. Well, case closed. You got the guy that you brought along with you who has now he hasn't turned state evidence, but he's ratting his buddy out. He's like, "Nah, Litauer did all of it." And then you got Litauer himself with the post on social. Dude, I don't know if this is a plea for help or if this is I want to get caught or I don't care if I get caught, but yeah, I think the post on social media is pretty much all the evidence I need to hear if I'm wearing the robe. The world is rid of one more pedo. Where is the quote? Make sure I get it right. Yeah. Litauer later boasted to a friend via text. Okay, not a social media post. Sorry. He sent a text. You know, what can you do? Claim you didn't send it? Maybe. Litauer later boasted to a friend via text message, "The world now contained, quote, one less pedophile." That's a text allegedly sent by Litauer. So Litauer's the bad guy. Schlesinger is the lesser bad guy, the 19-year-old. He just kind of went along. Maybe he carried the bow and arrow because it was heavy for Litauer. I don't know. He went along. He's got a plea deal now that will perhaps get him 54 years or life in prison, somewhere between the two. Prosecutor and defense attorney are both recommending a prison term of between 54 years and life for Schlesinger, who pleads guilty under the terms of a plea agreement. Meanwhile, Rowan Litauer, the actual trigger man, supposedly, probably looking at a jury trial, I would imagine. Nothing short of life is going to work for Litauer. Litauer was 19 years old at the time, is now 20. The victim was 23, Farley. And again, this incident in Big Piney, a tiny, tiny, tiny community, rocked by this major. Dakota Farley is the victim. They walked 1.4 miles. Frigid miles, Claire. You don't need to put frigid in there if we know the story is from Big Piney. Big Piney is America's little ice box. Yes, any walk in February is going to be frigid. They walked 1.5 miles. Plenty of time to think, maybe this isn't a good idea. Now, that shows determination. Walking 1.4 miles in the cold with your bow and arrow to show Dakota Farley something, teach him a lesson. Yeah, that shows pretty good intent. That's a long walk. And that's a long enough walk in the cold to get first degree. This isn't manslaughter. This didn't just happen at the last second. So the only thing I'm worried about is during the ensuing trial of the real batter guy, Lidauer, can he claim, or will his defense attorney claim, hey, look, Schlesinger was really the guy who did it, and he just did a plea deal. He made a deal. Of course he's going to accuse my client. He is singing like a canary. He made a deal, and it turns out you should look into him because he was the real bad guy. He's the one who did it. I'm worried that a defense attorney for Rowan Lidauer could claim Orion Schlesinger's deal made, the plea deal was made, and that throws his client under the bus. We'll see. It's going to be up to Sublette County Attorney Clayton Milinkovich to prosecute Rowan Lidauer moving forward. Meanwhile, it's up to a judge to sentence now the 19-year-old Orion Schlesinger. He's now 19, I think, 18 when this happened. Could get some 54 years to life. Claire McFarland has that story, and it's resonating on Facebook. 227 engagements, 38 comments, 23 shares. Other big stories of the day. We got a Colorado transplant that's going to be leading the way for the Wyoming Democratic Party. A lot of people commenting on that one. Just what we need. Another Colorado. Many people are saying, I'm not sure if Scott Merrifield is going to get a red carpet welcome to Wyoming, but he is the Wyoming Democratic Party's new executive director, formerly from Colorado. We'll talk about that and more in a moment.
Looking for a Saturday morning show that's not your typical news talk? Join your buddy Bags, John Baggett, for Cowboy State Daily Radio, where things get a little wild, a little weird, and a whole lot of fun. From 6 to 10 a.m., Bags dives into everything from radio to rodeo, teachers to preachers, music to media, sports to the supernatural. You'll hear interviews with newsmakers, entertainers, experts, and maybe even a few oddballs. It's less politics, more personality, sometimes serious, sometimes silly, always interesting. Text, call, or email your thoughts live at 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the show live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X. And if you sleep in, no worries. You can listen anytime on the Cowboy State Daily Radio archives. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars.
With trauma, with loss, with hopelessness, Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Wyoming Democrats have a new boss. I guess he's not the boss. He's like the sergeant at arms. He's the right-hand man of the boss. The executive director. Wyoming State Democratic Party has a boss. That would be Lucas Freilich, who was announced as the chair of the party, but it's the executive director that does the legwork, that carries out the wishes of any board. Freilich is the chair of the Democratic Party board. The buck stops with him, but the buck is spent by the ED of any board, and by now, this new guy. Wyoming Democratic Party Wednesday announced Scott Merrifield, longtime organizer, staffer to Colorado politicians. He'll be the new executive director here in Wyoming. He'll focus on what he said will be practical wins, like improving infrastructure, data, fundraising, messaging. That's not a job everybody wants, being a Democrat executive director in Wyoming. We are primarily Republican, but good luck, Mr. Merrifield. He's a U.S. Army veteran, directed the House Majority Project in Colorado, helping Democrats win seats down there. He served as chair of the Jefferson County Democratic Party for about 4 years. He was chief of staff to Colorado State Senators Nancy Todd and his father, Michael Merrifield, along with working on various other campaigns and political activity in that state. He's been very politically active in Colorado, which is turned primarily blue. Merrifield said in a statement given Wednesday, quote, "Our team has a lot of work ahead as we build towards 2026. I'm excited to partner with our county parties, elected officials, candidates, volunteers to grow our reach, strengthen our impact across Wyoming," Merrifield said. Wants to focus on practical wins. That means supporting county parties with the tools, training, communication they need to organize effectively in their own communities. Wyoming Democrats have incredible people doing the work, often with very limited resources. So my job is to help connect and strengthen that network. State Democratic Party has seen numerous changes this year. The party chair, Joe Barbuto, stepped down, the prior chair, in May. That launched the election of Lucas Freilich. Freilich could not be immediately reached for this story, but a new executive director for the Democratic Party. And how's that playing on the Facebooks? As you might imagine, negatively for many of the right-wingers. 442 engagements, so it's been popular. 357 comments, primarily along the lines of Deborah's, which is Wyoming doesn't need Colorado'd. And that was the sentiment of most. In fact, I got 120 thumbs up alone. Deborah, the voice of the comments section of Facebook, Wyoming does not need to be Colorado'd. A story is pretty popular on the Cowboy State Daily Facebook page. Many of the stories today are. Here's maybe the biggest one. 302 comments, 746 engagements, 36 shares. Cowboy State Daily story about Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder. We had her on the show yesterday, and that was my bad. Oh, I should have asked her. I asked her about a few things. We had an agenda. We had some bullet points that I know the superintendent wanted to get to. We talked about state assessment, and we talked about her forums that she's been doing. We talked about a few things. But I just blanked on. I should have asked her, what do you think about Kylie Wall, the 17-year-old senior at Natrona County High School, who's trying to start a chapter of Turning Point? And she says the principal's not all that jazzed about it. And they've been ripping down her posters. And she's been sort of told in no uncertain terms, yeah, we don't want that here. That's too controversial. And Megan Degenfelder, I think she went to Natrona County High School. Oh, how could I have missed that opportunity? I think she went to Natrona, I want to say. But the story, I missed it. I blew it. I should have asked Megan. I had her right there. But Steve Bonell didn't miss it. Steve, writing for Cowboy State Daily, writes about the high school senior, said her First Amendment rights were potentially infringed. She's trying to start a club affiliated with Turning Point USA at the school, and she's been told basically by the principal that they're not real crazy about it. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder said to Cowboy State Daily the other day that she stands with the 17-year-old Natrona County High School senior, Kylie Wall, and with any student in Wyoming that wants to learn and engage civically and thoughtfully. Those are the words of Degenfelder. She said, our administrators and teachers must foster environments that are safe for ideas and debate, not closed classrooms where only certain viewpoints are tolerated. Degenfelder is a fan of Charlie Kirk, I would like to say. She came out with a statement on behalf of the Wyoming Department of Education. In the aftermath of Kirk's shooting, she was very quick to come out with an official statement condemning that shooting. Where did I see in this story that Degenfelder might be a Natrona County alum? Not that it matters, but Natrona County High School said the state's top. Yeah, she is a fellow alum. All right, I'm pretty sure she did attend or graduate Natrona County High School. So, yeah, the top education person in the state, that would be Superintendent Degenfelder, said, I stand with the student and Principal Aaron Wilson and everybody else at Natrona County High School. You've got to foster an all-encompassing, one club is not any better or worse than any other club. If there's a chess club, then there can be a Turning Point club. There should be no difference in the two clubs, despite whatever politics that may conjure in your mind, or you can't play favorites like that, is kind of what everybody is saying. Check out Degenfelder's response. Dang, I should have asked her about that, but good for Steve to follow up on it. Degenfelder issued a warning in her statement yesterday to administrators who would stifle student speech or treat one club differently from another. This is your wake-up call. Ooh, the Constitution does not stop at the schoolhouse door. Strong words from Superintendent Degenfelder for Natrona County or anybody else who is looking to quash or make difficult a club at school. Interesting. Yeah, that story is doing real well on the Facebook. So is Senator John Barrasso's statement. Strongest statement I've heard out of him ever. And I keep saying that. He is more and more getting really angry with Schumer and the Democratic Party. Every day, I think Barrasso gets more and more angered by the other party because he's not normally, or he hasn't normally been a guy who's good for an outlandish quote, but he has been lately. Barrasso talking about the shutdown, which they just had another vote. I think this was the 7th vote to try to pass a budget, to try to at least get a CR by. The CR would be, well, CR is the GOP's stopgap legislation, saying let's just keep things as they are now, and then we'll talk about the issues that rile you, Democrats. The CR is a continuing resolution. Democrats are standing on that hill, and that hill is expiring Obamacare credits toward those expiring Obamacare, which affects me personally. And it's going to affect pretty much everybody in Wyoming. When Obamacare credits, it's basically the feds subsidizing some aspect of your health care, and that has kept rates somewhat reasonable, although, I don't know, is your health care rate reasonable? When that expires, rates are expected to really soar. If you thought they were high now, your health care is going to be soaring out of sight, unaffordable soon, end of the year, right? In fact, some healthcare companies are simply leaving. One in the state of Wyoming says, we're not even going to do it anymore. Once these credits expire from Obamacare, it's not even going to be worth it for us, said this health company, to even do business in Wyoming anymore. We're out. That leaves the state with just 2, Blue Cross Blue Shield and those other guys, Unity or whatever they are. So yeah, it is an important thing. Now, the Republicans paint it as Democrats wanting to hang on to health care for illegals. I don't know the truth of that. I don't know if there is certainly the problem of, and I will say it's the problem of people who don't live here legally getting health care. That's not fair. That you enjoy the benefits of being in America, you enjoy the benefits of the United States, you get your health care paid for, and you're not even supposed to be here in the U.S. You've snuck in. So GOP's got a point there when they say if you're extending the Obamacare credits is nothing more than allowing illegal immigrants to have health care. Period. They do not address what will happen if the credits go away and healthcare becomes unaffordable for anyone. Healthcare premiums skyrocketing for millions of Americans. It will get 10 times worse when the soon to expire Obamacare tax credits are gone. That's the hill the Democrats are choosing to die on with the budget. Republicans control the Senate but fall short of the supermajority needed to move spending bills through. So that's where we are. 7 failed votes now. And Barrasso went off on the Democrats, calling them, some of them, a terrorist wing of the Democratic Party. I mean, that's the harshest statement yet. In a mid-morning floor remarks, a thundering Barrasso said Senate Democrat leader Chuck Schumer of New York is beholden to the, quote, terrorist wing of the Democratic Party, a faction who will, quote, never be satisfied until this country is destroyed. The words of John Barrasso, and the harshest words I've heard that guy speak in a while. We'll talk more about that because there's more in it, including what Chuck Schumer had to say. It's all part of the budget of the government shutdown, now in day 10. We are not in a Cowboy State Daily Show shutdown. We will be back. We're only 1 hour into the fun here on a Fine Leaf Friday. Enjoy top of the hour news for our radio affiliate. See you on the other side.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A 60-year-old Casper man facing sentencing Thursday on child pornography and drug charges fired his attorney, then got him back, and then learned that his attempt to withdraw his guilty plea would not be granted by the judge. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the defendant, Mark Chanez, gets to spend some more time free on his $75,000 bond.
He was supposed to be sentenced, but he filed a motion to withdraw his guilty plea. He's charged with 6 counts of child porn. He apparently wanted to extend his time. He's on bond. He's on a $75,000 bond. He appeared in court and challenged the representation of his attorney. He said that his attorney didn't consider that some Google Doc and some Spectrum connections show that somebody else put those child pornography photographs and videos on his phone.
The judge said that Chanez's attempt to withdraw his plea came late in court proceedings. Chanez on June 18th entered a plea deal with the state where he pled guilty through an Alford plea, which allows defendants to admit guilt to charges while maintaining they are innocent of the crimes. The Wyoming Supreme Court on Tuesday denied the state's request to overrule a lower court and let a new school choice scholarship program go into effect, at least while the case against it is ongoing. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the program, for now, is put on hold.
This school choice scholarship program is paused during Wyoming Education Association's constitutionality challenge against it. And the high court, with not really any explanation, which is common, they're fairly terse orders, said, no, we're not going to undo the pause during the case.
The program, scheduled to have begun July 1st, would have allocated up to $7,000 per year per child to qualifying families on a first-come, first-served basis to spend on approved private school and homeschool programs. Hunters who spend extended amounts of time in the woods often take their haircut business with them. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports some Wyoming barbers welcome the break and then look forward to getting much furrier customers back at the close of the hunting season.
A lot of barbers see a lull during hunting season when most of their male clients go away, seclude themselves in the wilderness, and seek different kinds of animals. Now, when they return after this period of time, these men have gotten incredibly hairy and they need haircuts to be presentable to their families.
One barber told Cowboy State Daily that at the end of the hunting season, he sees his clients return with full beards and long hair, and these cuts are often not as fun due to the excessive hair growth. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
So far, most of Wyoming's data center announcements have revolved around the city of Cheyenne. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports there's plans for a new data center in the state announced by a familiar company.
This data center is headed for a completely different location. Casper has not gotten as much traction in the data center area. This will be the first major data center to announce for Casper. This one in Casper, which is also a Prometheus hyperscale project. So Evanston and Casper are both Prometheus hyperscale. This is the third project that Prometheus has announced.
The data center will start with a minimum $500 million investment for an initial 200 megawatts, but could scale up to 1.5 gigawatts in all with up to 600 employees. And the Outdoors Heritage Coalition, a Montana-based sportsmen's group, and 2 legislators have filed a lawsuit against the Montana Fish and Wildlife Commission, as well as Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that some hunters and lawmakers are saying that if Montana doesn't loosen wolf hunting and trapping restrictions, the predators can't be killed fast enough to put a significant dent in the state's wolf population.
We reported previously that a lot of people balked over their proposal to up the kill quota for the hunting and trapping season this year. An actual lawsuit has come out. 2 Montana legislators and then a sportsmen's coalition group up there are suing the state, saying the regulations are too restrictive and they need to be able to kill more wolves faster in order to get the population knocked down.
The lawsuit is the latest move in ongoing disputes over Montana's wolf management policies. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek!
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first. Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama.
Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't. Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Hey, how's your Friday going so far? Mine's slow. I'm not excited about the weekend yet, but I'm getting there. I'm trying. I need to catch up on coffee. I watched that football game last night. Stayed up too late. Too late for a guy who's got to be in front of a microphone and a camera early first thing. But I'm getting there. I'm going to have me a weekend. How about you? Any hunting plans? What are you doing this weekend? Getting that last round of golf in? Just going to take it easy? Traveling? I'm heading to Evanston today to watch a high school football game. Jackson versus Evanston, a game with playoff implications. In fact, Friday is, of course, high school football day across the state. Friday under the lights, Friday night football. Here's what you're looking at in the high school football scene. Top-ranked Sheridan visits Rock Springs. 6 o'clock kickoff for that one. Sheridan has not lost in a coon's age. 3rd-ranked Cheyenne East against 4th-ranked Cheyenne Central. That'll be a battle of, well, Cheyenne. The capital city will be rocking. 6 o'clock kick for that. That'll be a good game. Kelly Walsh visits Natrona. 6 o'clock start for that. All these games are in the 4A. Cheyenne South hits the road. They'll take on Laramie. The winless Cheyenne South, they haven't won in as long as Sheridan hasn't lost. I mean, they are the Dorian Gray of Sheridan. Are you with me? Do I have that right? The Dorian Gray is the portrait in the attic that would age when the person who it was painted of did not age. Oscar Wilde, a short story novella. 1890. Let's ask AI what the synopsis is. The story of Dorian Gray. The picture of Dorian Gray about a handsome young man who makes a bargain to stay young and beautiful forever while his portrait ages. and reflects the decay of his soul. By his lifestyle. Yeah. It's so, well, I don't know if it's this, if we can make the same comparison, but I will. If you're following my logic on the Dorian Gray, Cheyenne South is the Dorian Gray for Sheridan, is the portrait. Poor Cheyenne South. For every win that Sheridan keeps winning, and they're on now how many game win streak? It's nearly record-setting, the Sheridan Bronx. For every game they win, that means Cheyenne South has to lose. They're the portrait in the attic. Poor Cheyenne South. Thunder is visiting second-ranked Campbell County. 7 o'clock kick for that. Thunder Basin at Campbell County. And the 3A, big game of the week, Star Valley Cody. Those are the top 2 ranked teams. Star Valley, number 1. They haven't lost in more than 2 years against the Cody Bronx. Maybe the only team in the 3A that can provide any kind of a challenge for the Braves. That's going to be a good one. Braves Bronx, that's up in Park County. 5 o'clock kick on that. Third-ranked Riverton at 4th-ranked Lander. That will be an equally good game. That's in Lander. I give Riverton the edge there, but it is in Lander, so it could be close. 6 o'clock start. That should be a really good game as well. Douglas visits Rawlins. Green River takes to the road and heads up north to take on the Panthers of Powell. Jackson at Evanston, as I said, and Torrington and Buffalo. All those games, 6 o'clock starts. And in the 2A, Kemmer visits Cokeville. 1 o'clock start today. Glen Rock will take on number 1 ranked Bighorn in Bighorn's place. 6 o'clock kick. 2nd ranked Mountain View at Warland. Lyman will visit 3rd ranked Thermopolis. We talked to Jackie Dorothy yesterday. It's Thermop's homecoming. I didn't know they were number 3 ranked. So Jackie said, yeah, I think our team is good this year. She's right. They are really good. 3rd ranked Thermopolis, homecoming for them as they host the Eagles from Lyman. And 4th ranked Lovell visits Pinedale. Number 5th ranked Burns takes on Upton Sundance. Newcastle at Moorcroft. Tongue River will visit Wheatland. That's the high school football scene this Friday. Football everywhere across the state. Getting back to the story about Barrasso on the shutdown, and he and Schumer, we just got to put boxing gloves on these two guys and put them in a cage, put them in a room. Get a room already. Barrasso and Schumer, this is how we settle it. This is how we settle the shutdown. 7 failed votes now on the CR trying to pass a budget. Congress can't do it. The Senate stalled. Schumer's on one end, Barrasso on the other. The only way to solve this now, seriously, is put gloves on them and put them in the ring. Whoever walks out, that's where we're going to go. Barrasso said Schumer is just doing the bidding of his terrorist wing of the Democratic Party, and a faction that Barrasso says will never be satisfied until they've destroyed this country. How do you really feel, Senator Barrasso? He's not mincing words, is he? Republicans do control the Senate, as I said last hour, but they fall short of the supermajority needed to pass spending bills. So that's why this one has been held up. The GOP has tried everything. Republicans have tried the stopgap legislative measure called Continuing Resolution, a CR, which basically asks Democrats, look, let's just keep things as they are right now. Can we agree on that? And then we'll get back to some more of the details. Democrats say, nope, we are not talking and we are not voting your way until you deal with the soon-to-expire Obamacare tax credits, period. They're standing on that hill. Democrats choosing to die on that hill. Basically, they had a couple of issues they were stuck on, but that has been now the big one. And I can't say I disagree. I mean, I'm frustrated we're in a shutdown, although honestly, I have not noticed yet. But, you know, I haven't done anything. I haven't gone to the post office. I haven't tried to fly. So I haven't needed a TSA agent to pat down my groin. I haven't done anything that would make me notice the feds are not working. And that's pretty much most of my days. Like, federal government isn't working? Really? I hadn't noticed. But for those in the federal government, it's not been fun. Yet another shutdown. They're being furloughed. Some of them are not on the job. Some of them are working but not getting paid. I don't know what's worse. To be told, don't come in today, you don't have a job, at least right now. Or we need you to come in as usual, maybe work an extra hour or two, and yeah, you won't get a check on Friday. The Eagle's not going to fly on Friday. We'll get you. We got your back. When Congress solves this, you'll get your back pay. How reassuring can that be? So I don't know whether it's worse to be told don't come in or be furloughed. But Barrasso took an exceptional exception with Chuck Schumer's quote. Schumer said, according to Barrasso on Thursday, seized on a comment Schumer made in an interview with Punchbowl News the day before. Schumer told Punchbowl News, he said, every day this shutdown continues is better for us. Schumer said. He said, every day gets better for us. Was that an insensitive comment? Oh, man, Barrasso was all over it. Barrasso said, every day gets better for us. Who is us? Senator Barrasso is asking Schumer. He said, it's not better for the American people. Who does he mean by us? It's not the military. They're not getting paid. It's not Border Patrol. They're not getting paid. He must not be talking about air traffic controllers. They're not getting paid right now. Who is us? Barrasso said, he's playing a game. Barrasso was not happy with that statement, and I have to agree there. That was not a good comment from Chuck Schumer. Every day gets better for us. There is no us and them, Chuck. There's only America. There's only Americans, and you're supposed to be working for us, Americans, no matter what side you're on. But see what politics has become. Chuck Schumer, this quote from Schumer is all revealing. And it's all revealing of, in this case, it's all revealing of Democratic thinking, but it's just as bad on the other side. We know it. Both sides. Here's the problem with both sides, both parties, and don't pretend it isn't, is thinking like this. Chuck Schumer, every day gets better for us. The use of the word us. Who is us? Who indeed? Senator Barrasso asked, who's us? Because us should be America. Should be the U.S. of A. But unfortunately, that's not how party leaders think. They think us is the party. The party is elevated to an importance above anything else. Never mind the military, never mind the Border Patrol, the air traffic controllers, never mind the poor government post office workers. The party is the most important thing. Every day is better for us, Schumer said. Bad quote, Chuck. Bad quote. And Barrasso was all over it. And Barrasso's right. Who's us? Schumer got caught putting party first, but both sides do it. We know that. But that is, boy, that's some insight right there. That's very revealing. Thinking like that came actually come out of a politician's mouth. This is good for us. No politician should ever say that unless the us refers to your country. If you're referring to your party, you got your priorities messed up. Dale Killingback story about the Casper man who says, I didn't put that porn on my phone. Sounds like every 8-year-old that's caught with his hand in the cookie jar. I didn't do it. You just pray you were blessed with a brother that's around your age so you can blame it on him. Mom's prized vase is broken. Isn't that an episode of the Brady Bunch? The Brady Bunch got it right. Somebody breaks something in the house and you just pray you have a sibling, a brother or a sister. He did it. Similar thinking. Casper man says, I didn't do it. Somebody else must have put child porn on my phone. The 60-year-old Casper man fired his defense attorney and then got him back when he learned that he doesn't know how to be his own lawyer. And then he tried to withdraw his guilty plea. And none of that's working so far. 60-year-old Casper man is Mark Chanez. And through all this wrangling, what he'll get in the end is more time in jail because his defense attorney, Kurt Infinger, the one who was fired, Kurt said, well, if I'm fired, I guess I'm not working on your case. I'll put your files away. Oh, I'm rehired? Well, it's going to take me a while to get back up to speed. So now he had to delay a court appearance, and that means Chanez sits in jail for more time. He's on a $75,000 bond, I think, but he hasn't made bonds, so he's still in jail. His reappointed defense attorney, Kurt Infinger, told Natrona County District Judge Catherine Wilking that he was not prepared to represent his client at the sentencing hearing. Good for you, Kurt. Whether that's true or not, I don't mind the defense attorney after he was fired by his client and rehired. I don't mind him saying, you know what? I'm not quite ready, Your Honor. Give me another few weeks. In other words, give Chanez another few weeks sitting in the pen, sitting in his cage. Wilking agreed. But I think they're not going to let Chanez withdraw his previous guilty plea. Chanez on June 18th. Oh, this is how long it takes to get justice done. Let me check the Zoom room, see if Don Day's here. Nope. Don's floating his balloons. This is how long it takes justice to get done. This isn't a murder case. This isn't a death sentence where guys sit on death row for like 20 years or more. This is just a simple drug charge and porn on your phone. 6 counts of sexual exploitation of children. 1 count of possession of controlled substance. This should be slam dunk. But June 18th, Chanez entered a plea deal using the Alford plea. You don't think we live in a weird day and age where we call black white and we call white black, we call right wrong and wrong right? We are all upside down, all in the name of being inclusive and allowing everyone and anyone their opinion. Well, Your Honor, I see a cue ball, and the cue ball looks white to me, but it might not look white to you. So I'm not going to call it white. Why not? We can't call anything right or wrong, white or black anymore, because it depends on what you feel, how you interpret it. And that's the reason we have things like an Alford plea. Did you know we even had one of these? Claire McFarland explained it to me once. It allows defendants, it's kind of like no contest. To plead no contest is to say, I don't want to implicate myself here. I'll say, I'm not saying I did it, but I'm not saying I didn't do it. That's kind of a no contest, which is already gets into some gray legal area. Well, what are you saying? We should make people make a strong plea. Did you do it or did you not? And this Alford plea even goes further down the gray area of a no contest. The Alford plea, which is a Wyoming thing, and a few other states have it, not all the states. Wyoming allows an Alford plea, which allows defendants to admit guilt to charges while maintaining they're innocent of the crime. Well, what? Those two things are incongruent. Those are not parallel lines. Those are perpendicular lines. Those are not the same thing. The Alford plea allows defendants to admit guilt to the charges. I'm guilty to the charges, but I'm innocent of the crime. How is that even a legal thing, man? And these things have been allowed because, again, they allow judges and attorneys to do plea deals and get guys behind bars at the least amount of money, at the least cost to the state. Just make the guy plead guilty or not guilty. And if he pleads not guilty, let's prove him guilty and be done with this nonsense of an Alford plea. Anyway, Shanez on June 18th used the Alford plea to say, yeah, I'm guilty, but I'm not. And now he wants to revoke that. Now he feels buyer's remorse on making that plea. He wants to change it. And he's got some nonsense about how Google put the child porn on his phone. What kind of world do we live in? We can't. We're going to look at, we need volunteers to scoop up fish up there in Cody and save them. You want to help us out? We're scooping fish out of ditches and canals to save their lives. Let's count you on board. Think about it. I'll give you 3 minutes to decide whether you want to be a fish scooper.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Soccer is fun.
Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Hey, you, how often do you get your hairs cut? I wonder if you're watching the video of this, and there is a video element to this show, by the way. If you're catching us on radio, you don't know how lucky you are to not have to see me. Count yourself blessed if you're listening on radio. But if you're checking in on X, Facebook, YouTube, or on the cowboystatedaily.com homepage, you are enjoying, I say enjoying, in air quotes, a video aspect where it's evident that I don't get to the barber very often. My excuse is not hunting, it's just I don't get to the barber very often. I don't get to town very often. Oh, I just went to the dentist yesterday, and they were cranking on my teeth. Like, they used several industrial strength power tools on me. And I was one Valium into this procedure, and I was like, I wanted to halt it and tell them I need to take a couple more. When I go to the dentist, I'm such a baby about the dentist that I get the dentist to call me in some Valium so I don't realize what's being done to me. And they gave me 4 Valiums. And I felt like I wanted to take all 4 of them. The pharmacist said, don't take them all. You may not ever get out of the dentist chair. She's like, start with 1, see what happens. So I start with 1. And that wasn't enough because, man, all I saw was the dentist come at me like this with a tool in each hand. And then he's got an assistant with the saliva sucker over there. And the drill's going. And it was horrifying. And I wanted, and I waited for the dentist to just take one break because even he was getting tired. His arm. And he takes one break and he said, how you doing? Not good. Well, I had to say it like this. Go on. Can we stop? And I need to take another one of them Valiums. Oh, you'll be fine. We're almost halfway done. And the water sucker. I'm not sure I like that, but it is better than the spit bowl. They've done away with that. Where are you? When you go to the dentist, are you like in some backwards 1800s place where they still have the spit bowl, the spittoon? They've kind of done away with that, right? Because now they have the spit sucker. And they have a whole person dedicated to that. That's like your job. You know, in the medical field, there's some people who go into medicine and they say, I'm going to become a surgeon. And they go through like 1 million years of school and they become a gifted surgeon and they make a lot of money and they get a trophy wife and a mansion. Then there's other people who are the ones who hand the gifted surgeon the tools, scalpel, you're the one who hands them. And you're a little lower on the scale. Your mansion's a little smaller, and your trophy wife's a little older. Scalpel, you're the one who hands the tools, or you're the anesthesiologist. Or in the dentist world, you're the dentist. You're the guy who gets to have the drill. And then your mansion, and then if you're the spit sucker person, I imagine that's somewhat lower on the scale of pay and of prominence. Like, you don't go to the dentist convention in Akron, Ohio every year and say, yeah, I'm a spit sucker in Wyoming. I do the spit sucking in this place in Pinedale. Yep. That's not something you like brag on. You want to be the tool holding, drill holding dentist. But yeah, I had them all going gangbusters on me, and my teeth still hurt. Oh. So yeah, I try not to go to the dentist, and I try not to go to the barber, not because I hate my hair. Obviously, you can see as I'm getting back to where I was, you can see from the video, if you're following the video, I have avoided the barber for a long time. It's time. But it's not because I was hunting. Jackson Walker's story. When do barbers get a break in Wyoming? Well, kind of during hunting season when all the hunters are hunting. I find this story a little hard to believe that barbers, that it's like a ghost town in the barber shop just because it's hunting season. I mean, guys, it's not like you're out there for 4 months. I mean, I go 4 months between haircuts, but is that unusual? Do you go for a tune-up every week or every month? I would like to know. I would like to know if I'm unusual in that aspect. I'll ask the guests I have on today. That'll be my first question. How often do you go to the barber? But unfortunately, most of my guests have no hair today. Like Andrew Rossi, I could ask him, but I know the answer. What barber? I'll ask Mac Watson. But I'm asking you, listeners, shoot me a text or comment on the Facebooks if you're watching it there. 307-999-TALK. 307-999-8255. Shoot me a text. How often men, now I know women go to the beauty salon or they go to their barber way more often than men. And it's not necessarily for the hair maintenance. It's mostly to catch up on gossip. We know that. I'm talking about guys, like to actually go to the barber and get that cut. How often do you go? How often do you, to maintain? You know, when I go, I get it knocked down, man. I do the high and tight. I do the zero razor on the sides and back, like skin, right up to almost nothing on top, because I get my money's worth at it, because I'm not going to be back there for another 5 months, 6 months. But if you want to maintain that look, you got to go in like every week. Who does that? Maybe people do. Wall Street suit and ties probably go in every week. Mad Men, that show about the advertising execs in Manhattan in the 1960s, I bet they went in every week for a haircut. Do you? What do you guys do in Wyoming? Are you going every week? You going every month? You going what? 307-999-TALK. Shoot me a text. Let me know. I go when it's absolutely drastic. I go when I have small children pointing and running away from me and screaming, "Bob, that man scared me." And that time is getting close here. But Jackson Walker says that people spend extended amount of time in the woods hunting, so much time that their neglected hygiene has them coming back to the barbershop looking like hairy Yeti, looking like animals. How long are you in the woods? How much time off did you get from your job? How long does it take you to get your elk? And really, is it long enough that you've neglected your hair, that you come back looking like Samson, that you come back looking like Jason Momoa? Really? And are that many people hunting that barbers just close up shop for all of October and say, forget it. Everybody's out hunting? I can't believe this is a news story. On a warm October afternoon, Trujillo's barbershop in Cheyenne is alive with the sound of electric razors humming. He's been in business 25 years. He's got a colleague, Marcus Scalisi, who stands off to the side there. He's got a pair of scissors. They talk about how, they see a lull in business during hunting season. I don't know. Let's get back to that. Hopefully some people will text in or tell me, share with me how often you get your hairs cut. I can't believe it's so often that you would be missed during hunting season, which is, most guys get a week or two off of work and they get out, they camp, they hunt, and then they're back. A week or two, that's it. In that amount of time, are you suddenly going to become liver-eating Johnson with a full beard and matted hair? I guess if you go to the barber every week, it'll make a big difference. RFK works out in his jeans. What the? Wall Street Journal. That's a real newspaper, right? Wall Street Journal. We're not talking about People. We're not talking about TMZ or the Mirror or the UK Mail. We're not talking about one of them jobs you get on one of those rags you get on your checkout aisle when you're at the grocery store. This is a real newspaper. The Wall Street Journal writes this story. Title: Another controversial stance from RFK Jr. Get ready. What did he say now? Did he say you shouldn't take this flu vaccine? Did he say you shouldn't get the COVID shot? Did he say Tylenol causes autism? What crazy thing has RFK said now? Another controversial stance from RFK Jr. starts the headline in the Wall Street Journal, finishing with, he works out in jeans. Although I do find that disturbing. I'm surprised of the Wall Street Journal. How low they go, how low they've gone. I held you to a higher standard, Journal. RFK works out in jeans. Big story, big headline of the Wall Street Journal. The health secretary's habit is a source of curiosity and bewilderment. Said one person, quote, all I can think about is the chafing. Well, while I think it isn't really news for the Wall Street Journal, and I thought they were better than that, it is kind of weird, I got to admit. There's a photo of Kennedy, 71-year-old, doing a leg press at Gold's Gym, the famous Gold's Gym in Venice, California. And he's working out in a t-shirt and jeans. I mean, nobody works out in jeans, dude. Not even like the most out-of-touch boomer OG. We all know you got to wear sweatpants or shorts. Jeans don't breathe real well. So I can't imagine what kind of junk in your trunk, what's going on there. Working out in jeans. Oh, God. The science experiment you got going on in your underpants, and I'm assuming you're wearing underpants, although with RFK Jr., all assumptions are off the table. But he works out in jeans. That's weird. Okay? That's weirder than thinking autism happens to you if you get circumcised. That's his latest claim. I don't know what's more weird out of RFK Jr., his medical ideas or the fact that he works out in jeans. RFK said, quote, New York Post, Daily Beast, AP News, USA Today, Houston Chronicle, all carrying the story. Circumcision, highly likely linked to autism, RFK Jr. says. The rise in autism, the chance that you will develop autism in your life linked to whether you're circumcised or not. WTF moment. Yes. What, if you read further into the headline, what RFK Jr. is getting at is he's saying if you are circumcised, especially early, RFK Jr. says there's 2 studies that show children who are circumcised early have double the rate of autism. And he says it's likely because the children are given Tylenol for the pain. And now we're getting back to the Tylenol autism link that has been proved, disproved, proved again. You can believe it if you want, you can not, I don't know. But that's what it's another play. It's another spin on the whole Tylenol thing. But my takeaway is the fact that RFK Jr. works out in jeans. It's gross. It's weird. Dude, just get a pair of shorts or sweatpants. Let's see if Andrew Rossi is going to pop in. He should. It's Friday, and we expect him. I'll listen for the doorbell. We'll be back.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Well, no Andrew Rossi, no Don Day. Apparently being booked on this show is purely voluntary. Dudes. Well, maybe Andrew's on assignment. It's possible Rossi's digging up a dinosaur somewhere. Or staring at the night sky, enjoying the harvest moon. That was a pretty cool full moon, huh? I think we're like a couple days past it. It's the harvest moon, looking pretty good. So, all right, we'll cut Andrew some slack. Or perhaps he heard we were going to talk about haircuts, and that's not really in Andrew's wheelhouse. See, you need to show up, Andrew. I'll just make fun of you. Volunteers are needed to save fish from canals. That's going on up in the Cody area. Volunteers needed to help the campaign, help the cause, rescuing thousands of fish that are stranded in the waters of area canals when they shut down this month. So we're getting towards the end of the growing season, obviously. We're harvesting our sugar beets. In the Bighorn Basin, we're finishing up last cut, third cut of alfalfa. Growing season's about over. It's starting to get cold, starting to freeze at night. So the canals that are carrying irrigation water, these ditches are going to be shut off, and that leaves a whole bunch of fish that we're using. They're like, wait a minute. We were living here. Hold on. These fish don't know. They're just dumb trout. And they get caught in the canals and ditches when they get shut off, and they have nowhere to go, and they will die there, if not for the work of people like the East Yellowstone chapter of Trout Unlimited. And they are gearing up for the annual fish rescue from local irrigation canals. Good for them. This is going to happen. The canal shut down about October 15th, about 5 days from now. So if you can, and you're in the Cody area and you got nothing to do on October 15th, why don't you help them out and get to it? Volunteers are needed. You're going to net the fish. I guess you don't have to scoop them up with your bare hands. Although I've seen people do it. I knew this kid, this friend of mine. He would fish and catch trout. This is back east. He would catch trouts with his bare hands. And it's an art. You've got to be quick. You've got to be super careful how you do it because you can't squeeze too hard. It's like a bar of soap. The harder you squeeze the fish, the more it just squirts right out your hands. So you got to have a certain amount of pressure. And above all, you got to be very, very patient because here's how you do it. Catching fish with your hands. That's operating on a whole nother level, y'all. You've got to get in the creek or whatever body of water. We'll call it a creek. You can call it a creek, potato. You get in the creek and you lay down in the creek. You find a place where the trout are going to hole up. Trout or other fish, mostly trout. Trout are constantly moving around in the stream, and they're constantly have to keep their tails swishing and moving because otherwise the creek will just run them right all the way out to the river, and the river will run them all the way out to the ocean. And the trout don't want to be in the ocean. The ocean's got salt in it. So the trout, in order to hold their place, are constantly swimming. And that gets exhausting. Constantly swimming upstream, either moving upstream or at least maintaining your place right there. So to relax a little and take a break, they find these pools in the creek, these deeper pools that don't have a lot of flow. They don't have as much current activity, and that's where they get to take a little bit of a break. So what you do is you find one of them holes where the trout are likely to hang out, and you go in and you walk in the creek. The process of doing that's going to scare all the trout out of the hole. So then you lay down and put your hands down in the creek, cup your hands down at the bottom of that hole, and you leave them there. Now, if you think this is comfortable, definitely not. It's cold, and you got water running right up your legs, and yeah. And then you got to wait, and hold still and wait. And sure enough, a trout is going to come back when he thinks it's safe, and he's going to come back in that hole. There he is, right above your hands. And then you got to, in one big measure, just like a bear, scoop him up out of there. It's not easy. You'll miss more than you catch, but I've seen it done. They're not going to require that at the Yellowstone chapter of Trout Unlimited. They're going to give you nets. They're going to make it fair. After all, the point is to save the trout from the irrigation ditches. Now, you need to be somewhat physically fit. The task can be arduous, as pointed out in the Cody Enterprise, where I'm reading this story. Climbing in and out of ditches, you're carrying heavy buckets. Waders are recommended but not required. Some volunteers can remain on the bank while other volunteers do the actual fish scooping. But you're all going to work in unison and to the benefit of trout. I like it. Work typically begins at 8 in the morning and you'll finish up by 4 in the afternoon. They're asking for volunteers on, I believe they're going to do this on the one-day event. They're going to start on October 18th, and they'll go until they get all the trout. Last year, this effort saved more than 2,000 trout and whitefish. They were returned to the bigger rivers. They would have perished in these irrigation canals that were shut off. So 2,000 fish saved last year. That's pretty nice. Morning snacks and lunch will be provided to the volunteers. The meeting place is Rocky Mountain Sports. Be there before 8 a.m. on October 18th. And you're going to go rescue fish from the Cody Canal, the Garland Canal, and the Wildwood Canal. October 18th. Be there first thing in the morning. Or if you're interested in volunteering, call ahead. Call Gerald at 541-233-3476. Or Dave, 307-899-9959. Must be 18 years of age or older or have signed parental consent. They need volunteers to save the fish up there in Cody from the irrigation canals. I love the effort. Good job, everybody involved in that. That's worthwhile. People magazine, among many, saying that we think we've got the guy who set that deadly Palisades fire. He's an Uber driver, Jonathan Rinderneck, 29-year-old of Melbourne, Florida. He was arrested earlier this week on Tuesday, charged with destruction of property by means of fire. He is alleged to have set this horrible fire, one of the horrible fires, one of California's most destructive wildfires. It would end up being, although firefighters quickly suppressed the Latchman fire, unbeknownst to anyone, the fire continued to smolder. This Uber driver set the blaze in January, the blaze that would eventually turn into the Palisades fire, one of the deadliest, most destructive in California history. Burned up how many acres? I think it was responsible for like a dozen deaths. Yeah, this guy's in big trouble. Why do we think he's the one who did it? Well, he asked ChatGPT What happens if you're the one who is accused of starting a major wildfire? Well, yeah, that'll be offered as a piece of evidence in his trial, I would imagine. The fire burned more than 23,000 acres, claimed the lives of 12 people, this Palisades fire. And apparently this dude, this Uber driver, used ChatGPT, did a search on the internet, ChatGPT, asking what would be your responsibility if a cigarette caused a fire. He said, are you at fault if a fire is because of your cigarettes? He asked AI chatbot. So, I don't know. Good enough for me. Guilty. Yeah, we think we got the guy who started that terrible California fire. Uber driver Jonathan Rinderneck. Yeah, way to go, Jonathan. Cowboy State Daily Show rolls on. After our top of the hour news break, we'll get in with Bill Sniffen first thing next hour. You don't want to miss that. See you then on the other side of news. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. In an interview with Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker, the Evanston, Wyoming mayor, Kent Williams, on Thursday, confirmed that the city plans to discontinue the use of its gas chamber to euthanize animals.
This decision is a huge win for animal advocates who felt that the use of a gas chamber to euthanize animals was cruel and inhumane. Now, Chief of Police Mike Vranish told Cowboy State Daily, however, he still feels that the gas chamber was a humane way to treat animals.
The move by the city of Evanston comes after a unanimous Tuesday decision by the Green River City Council to ban the use of its chamber. The Outdoors Heritage Coalition, a Montana-based sportsmen's group, and 2 legislators have filed a lawsuit against the Montana Fish and Wildlife Commission and Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that some hunters and lawmakers are saying if Montana doesn't loosen wolf hunting and trapping restrictions, the predators can't be killed fast enough to put a significant dent in the state's wolf population.
We reported previously that a lot of people balked over their proposal to up the kill quota for the hunting and trapping season this year in Montana up to 500. But now there's kind of a counter suit. 2 Montana legislators and then a sportsman's coalition group are suing the state, saying the regulations are too restrictive and they need to be able to kill more wolves faster in order to get the population knocked down.
The lawsuit is the latest move in ongoing disputes over Montana's wolf management policies. A man accused of conspiring with his friend to kill a 23-year-old Big Piney man with a compound bow back in February agreed last week to plead guilty to a lesser charge than the one filed against him 7 months earlier. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports this means the death penalty is off the table for the 19-year-old defendant.
Prosecutor dropped his pursuit of the death penalty, so he was facing life in prison. Rather than go to trial, he struck a plea agreement last week in which the prosecutor would drop that down to the second-degree conspiracy, which is 20 to life. And the prosecutor and the defense attorney would agree on a 54 to life recommendation.
Orion Schlesinger was charged in February with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, which is punishable by life in prison or the death penalty. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
A 60-year-old Casper man facing sentencing Thursday on child pornography and drug charges fired his attorney, then got him back, and then learned that his attempt to withdraw his guilty plea would not be granted by the judge. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the defendant, Mark Chanez, gets to spend some more time free on his $75,000 bond.
He appeared in court and challenged the representation of his attorney. He said that his attorney didn't consider that some Google Doc and some Spectrum connections show that somebody else put those child pornography photographs on his phone.
Chanez on June 18th entered a plea deal with the state where he pled guilty through an Alford plea. After a Natrona County high school senior said her First Amendment rights were potentially being infringed upon for trying to start a club affiliated with Turning Point USA, the state's top education official backed her publicly on Thursday. Cowboy State Daily's Steve Bonnell reports the superintendent of public instruction, Megan Degenfelder, issued an official Wyoming Department of Education statement on the matter.
She told me today via email that she's confident that the local school board and school district leadership are going to handle this. So it remains to be seen how that's going to play out.
The superintendent also stated that administrators and teachers must foster environments that are safe for ideas and debate. And so far, most of Wyoming's data center announcements have revolved around Cheyenne. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports there's plans for a new data center in the state announced by a familiar company.
This data center is headed for a completely different location. This one in Casper, which is also a Prometheus hyperscale project. So Evanston and Casper are both Prometheus hyperscale. This is the third project that Prometheus has announced.
The data center will start with a minimum $500 million investment for an initial 200 megawatts, but could scale up to 1.5 gigawatts in all, with up to 600 employees. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There is a road laid out for me.
Boxes everywhere. And this is going to be Addie's room.
I am blind,
I think you're really going to like it.
I hope so. Yeah. I know this road is there for me. There is a long way.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
The ways down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
I know this road is there for me.
Okay.
If I'm really free. Take me down to the river and wash me.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's a Friday, so that means Bill Sniffin's here. Bill is in the background for sale. The RV, is it still for sale, Bill?
You know it is, but I'm not. I think I'm losing my incentive to sell it. I kind of like that doggone big old thing, so I'm probably not pushing as hard as I should. I truly do love that motorhome, and you know, maybe we'll take shorter trips and old codgers do, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just not so sure. And a guy in his 80th year should be driving a 32,000 pound thing down the road towing a car. But
well, you can.
But I do, and I think I can maybe still do short trips. We'll see. The doggone thing was so much fun that. But the interesting thing about that rig is when we first started looking at this model, everybody we found who had one were what's called full timers. I mean, it's so big, people lived in the thing, and they were very comfortable with that. And that's the thing my wife and I have discovered, that when we usually spend 3 months in the winter in it, and when it was time to go back to Wyoming, it was never because of cabin fever. The thing is so big, you're not crowded, you know. But we're not going to talk about motorhomes or me trying to sell my motorhome, Jake. We're going to talk about your hair. You know, I was insulted when you said all the guys you talk to don't have any hair. Look at me, I got a pretty good head of hair, but haircuts are an interesting thing. You know, our wives go in for the $65 to $120, whatever they do in the beauty shop. You know, most of the guys I know are looking for the $12, $15 zip, go in and go and cut. And I've got a gal in Lander who's been cutting my hair forever. And I think her deal is $18. I'll give her a $20 bill. I should be increasing that. That's for sure. But my story is not quite as good as yours, but I get a haircut, unfortunately, about once every 3 to 4 weeks. So my look changes dramatically. I go in and have a fairly short haircut and look pretty good, and then it gets I go at least 2 weeks too long before I go in and get it cut again. So all of a sudden it's like, who's this guy? And my wife will say, my God, perpetual bedhead. But man, I don't know, Jake. Is that really interesting to those listeners out there? What else do we have to talk about?
I didn't think it was the top news story of the day, but it made me wonder how long you could possibly be hunting in the woods that you would come back a mountain man. Like, how long are you out there? How long do you go between haircuts? For me, I see my guy every 5 or 6 months. Twice a year is my trip to the barbershop, but I know that's not normal. For others, it's like every week.
Well, I read that story with, what's the word, incredulity? That, come on, seriously, the barbershops are going broke because the guys are out hunting? Seriously?
I thought the same, yeah.
I don't know, but whatever. It's anything for a good news story. But I don't know, Jake, what's my latest column was about a wonderful movie about Wyoming, a Wyoming-based movie called Taking Chance. And I don't know if you had a chance to look at that, but it's this is the time of year. It's starting to get dark and cold, and it's time to go inside and watch movies. And so I always write about Wyoming-themed movies, and movies that, because I love Wyoming and because I love movies, that to me is just right there in my wheelhouse. I love to do tourism stories, as you all know, but another thing that I really love is movies. And so I've got a long list of my favorite Wyoming movies that I'm happy to share if you think that's something people would be interested in hearing about. What do you think, Jake?
Yeah, we can talk movies.
Well, what else do you want to talk about first before we talk about movies?
Well, I did want to get your take on Barrasso's statements on Schumer, and a whole lot of finger pointing going on in the Senate as they continue to fail to pass any kind of CR or deal with the government shutdown, and both sides blaming the other. But I thought Barrasso more and more is really coming out with some statements that are they do not mince words. But I thought he had a good point on the Chuck Schumer comment that every day that passes in the shutdown is good for us. Schumer said, us meaning Democrats, and Barrasso says us should mean America, should mean USA. And he caught Schumer with his pants down there, I think.
You know, I'm like so many people. When I first moved to Wyoming, I was a Democrat. And I was a Democrat probably for my first 10, 15 years in Wyoming. And but like almost every Democrat I know who's converted has said they didn't leave the Democratic Party, it left them. And that's certainly what happened to me. I'm not some of these crazy woke positions that if you're a Democrat, you've got you're for unlimited immigration, you're for unlimited abortion, you're for unlimited gender affirming surgery, the DEI. I mean, I can't imagine the people of America rose up in 2024 and said, you know what, that we don't buy into that stuff. And so as a result, we've got craziness going on. And I really generally approve of most of the things that Donald Trump is doing. Now, the guy is over the top. I'm not sure we need a coin with his name on it in his face. But generally speaking, I like what he does. And Schumer is running for his life because AOC's going to run for his Senate seat. And so I can't imagine how crazy it must be in New York State that he has to take these positions, because Schumer showed a little sanity here the last time this all happened, and said, no, we're not going to shut the government down, but now he has to. And so anyway, I just there's a part of me that says, man, if these Democrats, the big national Democrats, keep doing these crazy things, that's great, because it narrows the number of people who can support them, which is good for the country, because we were just going in the wrong direction, in my opinion. And I'm really like the position we're going, but I thought Barrasso is. I just scanned over his comments, but I thought, wow, he said the right things and said them at the right time, and Schumer is just boxed in. These people are they're boxed in, and they're running for their lives in a way, and I have no idea what the result's going to be, and also here's the now you have Trump, I guess, solving the Gaza war. Yeah, that's one more feather in his cap, and I think people generally in these cities are going to welcome the National Guard to come in and help on the crime. I may be wrong on that, but I don't know. But yeah, I think it's a serious time in our country, and we tend to watch politics like we're watching a football game. And it's not. These things, everything each side is doing has consequences. I don't like the fact that there are people in Wyoming apparently whose health insurance premiums are going to go up. I don't like that. I wish that something like that could be avoided. I guess that's the Democratic side talking, but on the other hand, my gosh, the craziness of health insurance for undocumented aliens doesn't make sense. Sorry. I don't think anyway, but that's my take on it, Jake. I'm not I kind of stay away from politics anymore in my writing, but I think I reflect the position of a lot of conservative, older Wyomingites. We've been around a long time. We've seen a lot of crazy things, and I don't know. But let me tell you a strange thing that happened. I was down in Texas not long ago, and my daughter lives in Allen, Texas, and I like to drop in on the Rotary Club when I'm there. I've been in Rotary over 50 years in Lander, and so when I'm out traveling, I'll go to a Rotary Club meeting. I think there's I don't know how many Rotary clubs, but I think there are just millions anyway of people all over the world. But anyway, I went. The Allen School District is the biggest school district in Texas. It's got 20,000 students in it. Now think about that. I think in the entire state of Wyoming we have 80,000 students. Here's one school district in Texas, but the superintendent was presenting the program, and she had ethnic breakdowns. Well, first of all, they put up a picture of their 36 national merit finalists, 36 of them in their high school. You think, holy smokes, that must be one heck of a school. Well, then you look at they have 7,000 kids in the high school, 7,000, and then the other interesting statistic though is they showed the picture of these 36. They were all Asians. There was, as near as I could tell, there was one white person, and the rest were Chinese and Indian. And then they showed a slide of their ethnic breakdown, and 31% of their school body was Asian. Isn't that crazy? And it's really amazing. 31%, 47% were white, 13% were black. I mean, it was just anyway. That's a very well-to-do suburb of Dallas, Texas, is 31% Asian. I mean, man, yeah, I don't know. That statistic just I love statistics. And so, anyway, I'm not sure what on earth that has to do with anything. It's a little factoid I'll throw out there, but maybe we should talk about Wyoming movies. I don't know. Do you like movies? Are you get the popcorn out and pour yourself a soft drink and watch the movies, or what do you like to do at night? You watch TV or sports? What do you do? And lately, I've been watching a lot of baseball. Man, I tell you, baseball's been fun. I mean, I hated to see the Yankees get booted. I'm not sure why I like the Yankees anymore, but good for Toronto. And the Dodgers just barely scraped through last night, just barely in the 11th inning, and that was an unfortunate error on the part of the pitcher. But so that was good. And then I went to bed before the last game was finished. I don't know what happened there. So, but anyway, it's I love baseball season. The football's been fun. Right now, my gosh, it's last night the Giants beat the Eagles. I think unbelievable. Poor Eagles, Super Bowl champs, lost two games in a row. So
yeah,
it's an interesting time to watch sports. But again, to me, that's when the sun goes down at 7 o'clock or whatever. You're sitting there and you're watching, going to find something on the tube. So that's what I've been watching lately.
Baseball, yeah, it's fun time because all the sports are going. Football, hockey just started, basketball's in the preseason, and baseball's in the postseason. Yeah, it's a great time to be alive. All four of the major sports going on at once. Who's got time for movies? Maybe you do. You saw the movie Taking Chance? That's the documentary about Chance Phelps, who was killed in Iraq on Good Friday, April 9th, 2004.
Yeah, it's not a documentary. It's actually a real movie. And Kevin Bacon plays a guy named Strobel, who was the officer who brought his remains back to Du Bois and documented it in a 20-page article that he wrote up, and then he submitted it to his buddies in the armed forces, and it got tremendous play around there. And then somebody saw it and picked it up, and HBO actually made a movie out of it, and it was such a hit. They actually then took it back into it went the opposite. It went from cable to the theaters instead of the opposite, and it's become sort of a classic because all veterans. I mean, it's a tearjerker, but it's just so well done and just so solemn, and yet it's interesting. And it's only a 77-minute long movie. If you haven't seen it, of course, it's about a young boy from Du Bois. And I know the family a little bit, and it's, in fact, Wyoming is full of wonderful veterans memorials. We're a state full of veterans, and Lander has a really cool veterans memorial. And the centerpiece of it is this World War II soldier. Kind of, he looks almost like a character from those cartoons that Bill Maudlin used to do way back in the day. But they were, but anyway, the sculpture is by Chance Phelps's dad, and the image is Chance, so he's immortalized in that Veterans Memorial in Lander. But it's just such a cool thing. But well, I'm going to talk about three other movies real fast. One took place there in Jackson. Shane was, I think, Best Picture of the Year. Another Best Picture of the Year was Unforgiven with Clint Eastwood. Fantastic. Allegedly took place in Big Whiskey, Wyoming. And then the other one was The Revenant, which was a true story. It started out over in, I think, by Torrington and Wheatland and that area. And but boy, those are just absolutely unbelievable movies. And another movie that should have won Best Picture was Brokeback Mountain. It was just a great movie. And then if you really, really like Westerns, one that took place in a place called Sweetwater, and it's called Once Upon a Time in the West. That's my all-time favorite movie. And it's a spaghetti Western filmed in Italy and Spain. and yet it's had a high power. It had Henry Fonda and Charles Bronson. I mean, it had an unbelievable movie, but it's like 4 hours long. So settle in and maybe eat that. Those are my favorites, but there's a lot of good movies out there. Butch Cassidy is another one. Close Encounters.
It's movie watching time of the year. As we get into fall, days get shorter, nights longer. It's time for movies. Bill Sniffin's article in the Cowboy State Daily, Taking Chance, a movie you might want to see. And he's going to get to others on his list as well in the coming weeks. Bill, we got to bounce out. We got a lot of guests this hour.
Jake, you have a good week, my friend.
Thank you. You too. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Bill Sniffen, we're going to get Matthew Restall into the show and talk about Columbus. It's almost Columbus Day, by the way. So, yeah, right after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Let's get to it on a finally Friday Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we welcome in Matthew Restall. Matthew, first off, I got to apologize for both the hair. It's not my best day. And the fact that we do not have near enough time for somebody like you. This is so much to cover. We're going to concentrate on Columbus and some of the myths maybe about Columbus, some of the stories about Columbus you thought you knew, but maybe you didn't know. And then we got to have you on again to talk about the Aztecs, the Mayan Empire, all these things. By the way, Matthew is one of the foremost historians on stuff like Latin American history, Columbus, Aztecs, he wrote the book on it. Literally, he wrote 24 books on it in the last 30 years on stuff like history, and especially when we talk about history and all the things you thought you knew that might be completely wrong. And it's the importance of getting history right. And that's what this guy does. We're talking about your book, The 9 Lives of Christopher Columbus. And it's available now. It's your latest. I'm so excited about it. I don't even know where to start because we got to try to get to a lot. But I'm glad you're on, Matthew.
Thanks for having me on, Jake. Thanks
absolutely.
A lot.
So
it's great to be here.
Here's what most Americans, I think most people in the U.S. know about Columbus. We were all taught in school, the textbooks, that Columbus discovered America. Well, not really. People were here before. The Vikings got here before. Perhaps China sailed here before. And there were people here when we got here. So what really did you discover? We thought Columbus was a good guy, a hero. In fact, in his time, he was practically a god, Matthew, and you'll explain that in your book. But he might have been kind of a bad guy to the people he encountered. These are the things we're learning about Columbus, so much so now that it's rewriting school textbooks, and now we kind of don't even want to celebrate Columbus Day. Is that sort of correct, like from a layman's terms of what I know of Columbus? And then I'm sure you dive deep in this book.
No, I mean you're like hitting all the key points there, Jake, and it's okay that we don't have a lot of time to talk about it because hopefully this is like a little teaser, and you're gonna get people to go, oh, I gotta take a look at this book, The 9 Lives. What is going on here? Yes, there's a lot of myth busting. That is something I love to do, and there's not a single myth that I came across that I didn't make sure was somehow here in the book, and that I approached it with an open mind. So the point is, I didn't set out to say everything that you thought you knew about Columbus. I'm going to trash that now. I'm going to try and attack it and overturn it. Each individual thing, I was like, maybe there's something here. Where does this come from? How can we explain why people have this belief, right? So, for example, you didn't say this, but I feel like it was kind of almost lurking in the back of your mind that a lot of people think that Columbus not just discovered America as in the Americas, but that he discovered the United States, that somehow he touched somewhere or saw somewhere or landed somewhere. Usually people say Florida, but I've even heard of people confusing the Pilgrims at Plymouth Rock with Columbus, right? Like Columbus came and dropped the Pilgrims off at Plymouth Rock and off he went. And the rock should say 1492 on it, like my point in what I'm trying, not my point, but what I'm trying to do in this book is take all of these perspectives seriously, not ridicule people or just dismiss their opinions on Columbus, but say, look, there's a reason why you think this. There's a reason why Americans think Columbus discovered the United States, because they grew up being presented with Columbus as an American hero, as a U.S. American hero, as a patriotic icon. It's all part of being patriotic in America, as being, pro-Columbus. And we're seeing that even this year on the week of Columbus Day, whether we call it Columbus Day or Indigenous Peoples Day, there's a lot of people that want to kind of latch on to that idea of being respectful of Columbus as part of being patriotic. It's like the American flag and saying the Pledge of Allegiance, which, by the way, dates from 1892. So that, the connections are right there.
Yeah. Matthew, let me ask you this. We'll go down another avenue of thought. Now, first, I don't, in this book, and I don't think you do, and I don't want this discussion to do this, but to disparage Christopher Columbus. This guy, what he did, his life, his fascination with all things maritime from when he was a kid, truly fascinating and truly incredible what he did, what he accomplished, the things about his life. He should be in books. We should know his name, but we also are disturbed by the sloppiness of history. I'll say it's sloppiness. You say You deconstruct modern narratives around Columbus in this book. You tell a story about a contemporary society, American self-conceptions, and the importance of rigorous historical accounting. Because if you don't get history right, this is what happens. Things get sloppy. Do you think the narrative of Columbus we all grew up believing was intentional? Was there bad intent, or did we just get loose with the facts? And that's what researchers like you do. You go back and say, no, here's what really happened.
Yeah, no, I would not say that there's bad intent. And I think it's we can understand it better if we see it as almost kind of like an organic process, right? So the creation of, well, first of all, I should say, look, people might be listening and go, what do you mean the 9 lives? How many different lives? And really what you and I are doing right now, Jake, is getting into some of the later lives. So the purpose of that title and that structure of the book is to separate out the historic Columbus, who is talked about in some of the early lives, the guy who actually lived, and then the ones that are created later. And particularly by the time we get to the end of the book, life 8, life 9, these are the American and the American Italian Columbuses. So these are Columbuses that are created. We're really right now talking about the Adam Columbus, the founding grandfather of the United States, to Washington as the founding father. And that isn't like, this isn't a conspiracy theory, got a committee sitting around kind of let's invent this new Columbus. This is a gradual process that happens during the course of the 19th century as part of the United States trying to figure out what and who it is as a nation. Like, how do we define the U.S. in relation to other nations? What makes the United States different? Who gets to decide that? Who gets to decide what the character and quality and image and brand of this nation is? This is something that's going on very much today. It's been going on for 250 years. It's elemental part of the history of the United States and U.S. culture. And Columbus becomes a part of that. As somebody who is based on a real character, but also kind of invented. There's a whole new American Columbus that's created. And if you don't realize that, it can be very confusing, right? Like, but wait, he's a hero, but what about slavery and the treatment of indigenous peoples? Or no, he's not a hero. He's a terrible figure for that reason. And then Italian Americans go, but wait a minute, he's a symbol of my grandparents coming and migrating to America. And the reason for all of that conflict is because people are really talking about different Columbuses. And you separate them out, I think the debate becomes a lot clearer, and there's less likelihood for that debate to slip into finger pointing and name calling and so on.
Yeah, this book, we're talking to Matthew Restall. The book is The 9 Lives of Columbus. Note I'm saying lives, Lives, but it could be the 9 lies of Columbus, the 9 lies you've heard. But you're explaining a guy who is not just one-dimensional. Every great movie, when they create characters, tries to create a 3D character, somebody who's not just black and white. Columbus was a real person, and there isn't just one thing, but I do want to ask you a few spoiler alerts, Matthew. We're all going to go buy the book, dang it. All our listeners, get out there and you're going to get on Amazon. You're going to buy that book to find out the real secrets. But maybe one spoiler alert. Did Columbus really walk into the Spanish court in front of Queen Isabel and King Fernando and says, I need money for 3 ships to prove the world isn't flat? Actually, I think he convinced the court that you guys need money. You need gold. I think I can find some. Did that really happen?
Okay, you all the way along through that, Jake, I'm like, yeah, this is, you're putting it in kind of like cinematic terms, but yeah. But the one part that I'm like, whoa, wait, hang on, is the flat earth part. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody knew the world was round. That is that idea that the sages and clerics of Spain thought it was flat, and Columbus was the genius who realized it was round. That is made up in the 19th century. That is a 19th century invention that it tells us all about how the 19th century sees the medieval period, and it's all about this kind of idea that the recent centuries are just ones of nonstop progress, right? That we've gone from from the Dark Ages to the 19th century era, through the Enlightenment, and the ultimate endpoint of that progress is democracy in the United States. It's very much about thinking about America, and very positively about America, right? So it's not. Unfortunately, it's not true. I know it makes for a great story, but I actually think the real story has kind of some nice twists to it, which is that everybody knew the world was round, but the counselors to the king and queen of Spain, who were evaluating Columbus's proposal, let's imagine, let's, in stupid modern terms, imagine him like emailing his prospectus, I need funds, and this is what I'm going to do. What he did was he cooked the numbers on the size of the world. So the counselors said, you can't sail from Spain to Japan. It's too far. The ships we have simply won't go that far. Everybody will starve to death on the way. The journey's just too long. They were totally right. I mean, if the Americas isn't there and you want to sail a ship in 1490s or 1480s when he's pitching it, you just can't. It's too far.
Yeah.
Columbus knew it was too far. So what he did is he fiddled the numbers and he had all these calculations, but it's really, that number isn't real because I'm going to sail from here and I'm going to sail a little further south. And he shrank it by 2/3. In order to make it a voyage that you could just about do in a ship in 1492. See, that's the real story, and I kind of like that better. I kind of,
yes,
that cinematically works much better with people going, but those aren't the real numbers. And he's like, no. I mean, he's a real talker, Columbus, right? He's a talker. He's a salesman. He's selling himself over and over, and he's really good at selling himself.
So, yeah, in his mind, in his globe, there is no, Americas. He thinks he's going to get to the West Indies quicker than anybody thought, you could get to and he's probably as surprised as anyone when the guy up in the crow's nest says land ho, and he's like, oh, the Indies. Ooh, maybe not.
He still thinks it's Asia, and he's still convinced. Oh, and there's a one point when they all kind of know it isn't Asia. He has everybody on one of his voyages, everybody sign a document on the ship saying that they believe it is Asia. He's hell bent on that. I think even after he realizes it isn't, because I think he knows he's cooked the numbers, he wants to get the honors and rewards that come in his contract. And his contract says you got to find a way to Asia, not you've got to find some new continent. Sorry, pal.
Yeah.
There's so many great twists and turns in this story, Jake.
Yeah, I can't wait to read this because I have the wife and I did spend some time on a place called Cat Island in the middle of nowhere, and that is perhaps that island or one of the ones near it is where Columbus actually hit first, and then I heard he did kind of make a trip around what is the big island down there. He kind of went halfway around that big island. He was trying to prove, and then he just gave up and he's like, all right, you guys signed this, we found it. Cuba, wasn't he? Was like halfway around
Cuba and Hispaniola. Hispaniola, which is the island that's now Haiti and the Dominican Republic, which is the first island that the Spaniards colonized. And that's the main island. That's where then his first voyage, he leaves a bunch of Spaniards there to kind of begin that process. They all die. It doesn't go very well, but there's a lot of twists and turns, and I hope, the book is not a standard biography of Columbus, right? It's not like you're going to pick it up and he's born and then at the end of the book he dies. There's a lot of books like that out there, and I tried to do something different where you get Columbus's life, but then you also get these other lives, like what happens to his bones. That's a wild story. Why are all these other countries claiming him? There's a movement in Portuguese to say he's really Portuguese, not from Genoa in Italy, the regions of Spain. How does all of this relate to the Italian American Columbus that Italian Americans are defending, and that Columbus is being attacked? How does this all feed into politics today? I mean, I'm sure all day long you're talking to people about the government shutdown, right? And then bubbling up is little stuff like, oh, we're going to bring Columbus Day back. Okay, did it go away? It didn't really go away. But as soon as we start looking at that sort of proclamation and start peeling away the pieces, there's all of these questions come up, and everyone goes, oh my God, Columbus is such a mystery. So I think what I'm trying to do here is say, well, he isn't really a mystery. Actually, we know a lot about Columbus. There are answers to all of these questions, and there are reasons for why people. But let's ask this question: why do people think he's a mystery?
Right.
If I'm saying he isn't really, that's not enough, right?
Yes.
So the next question is, and the one I'm really trying to get to in the book is, why do people think he's a mystery? Why are we still fighting and arguing about Columbus today? That, to me, is absolutely fascinating.
Interesting. It is fascinating to learn how sometimes history gets a little off the rail, a little off track. Here's what we thought we knew about Columbus. It's not completely true. How did that happen? How did the narrative miss the mark? Carolyn Pennick, other authors and historians, your peers, they're the ones who say, basically, to paraphrase everybody, Felipe Fernandez Armesto, he authored a book on this. A lot of them say, what do we need another book about Columbus for? There's already 9 too many. And after reading this, they say there's not enough. This book is the definitive book about Columbus. All you thought you knew about him and were wrong. It's incredible. And we got to talk about other stuff, other history stuff, things you thought you knew, whether it's, the Aztec Empire. Why are they even called the Aztecs? That might be all wrong. Montezuma, Cortez, Spanish conquest, Mayan civilization, so much that you have just dove deep in, Matthew, and we got to get to more of it. Don't be a stranger. We're going to get you on again to talk about all that stuff. I'm fascinated.
That sounds great. I'd be happy to come back, Travis. Jake.
Get the book, because Matthew's not going to tell you every secret. The 9 Lives of Christopher Columbus. Get it wherever you get your books on Amazon. I see that Norton published it. Is that who's...
Yeah, it's available everywhere online or in bookshops. Go to my website too, MatthewRestall.com. That'll tell you about the other books that Jake's been referring to. So thank you.
Matthew Restall, R-E-S-T, Rest All, A-L-L, MatthewRestall.com. Matthew, thanks for spending the morning with us. We'll see you back soon.
I'd love that. Thank you so much, Jake. Thanks for having me on.
All
Cheers.
right. Bye. Fascinating. The 9 Lives of Christopher Columbus. Check it out on Amazon. I'm going to go click right now, buy my copy as we take this break. Be back with Piper.
Tired of the same old Saturday snooze fest? Wake up with your buddy Bags, John Baggett, on Cowboy State Daily Radio, where the coffee's strong, the opinions are stronger, and absolutely nothing is off limits, except maybe fashion advice from Bags. Trust us. From 6 to 10 a.m., we're talking rodeos and radios, teachers and preachers, UFOs and barbecues. 1 minute it's serious journalism, the next it's, did he just say that on air? Yes, he did. We chat with movers, shakers, and occasional fakers. We call out scammers, celebrate winners, and sometimes talk to people who swear they've seen Bigfoot buying tacos. Join the madness. Text, call, or email your thoughts, rants, and snack recommendations to 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the chaos live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X, or binge the archives later when you're pretending to work. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Bloom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Friday, and Friday means we're cooking Wyoming with Piper. And we're on to my favorite subject, coffee. If it weren't for coffee, I could never get through this show. Boy, I need coffee. What do you got cooked up over there, Piper? You're in Cody, I'm guessing, because I see Cody coffee.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good.
Awesome. Yep, we're drinking lots of coffee. And my favorite way to start the morning, we're at Cody Coffee. And Cody Coffee is amazing when it comes to roasting coffee. It's kind of niche in terms of focusing on really high quality coffee, not mass market coffee, but their e-commerce is amazing. Our owner, J.W. Robinson, has newly purchased about 8 years ago Cody Coffee, and then our science behind the roasting is Cody. Is that right? Cody with Cody Roasters. Pretty amazing. Degree in biology and all about the science behind roasting. It's pretty incredible.
Wow, who knew there was so much about coffee? I could have guessed that. JW, smartest move you ever made, hiring Einstein Cody over there to teach you all about like coffee and beans and whatnot. So I guess this one, we'll get to you, JW, because I'm so excited about Cody Coffee. I want to talk about what you're doing there, but I want to talk to the mad scientist, Cody Kistner. Now, does coffee, is it all about the bean? Like the bean's everything. If you don't start with the good bean, you don't have good coffee, or am I wrong? Can the roasting process help you out there, or is it the bean? What are you looking for?
Yeah, the roasting process can definitely help you out a bit, but if you don't start with a good quality bean, obviously you're not going to get good quality coffee. So we kind of specialize in specialty coffee, which is a higher grade of coffee than something like a Starbucks might sell. We call it commercial grade coffee. So we try to start with getting the best beans possible, so that can lead us to a good roast as well.
And so what is you roast on site there? Now, I have seen, we got coffee shops here in Jackson. They roast on site. It has a particular smell to it that doesn't necessarily smell like coffee, but yeah, I love that. Look right there, they're roasting right there. So what is it? What can you do in roasting that makes the coffee better, that brings out the best in the bean? What do you do?
So it's a lot of different kind of parameters that you set on the roaster. We can adjust airflow, we can adjust temperature, we can adjust like how fast the drum actually rotates. So if you're trying to do something a little slower and more well roasted, you can kind of crank it to be a little bit slower on the turn. You can adjust the heat to be up or down, length of the roast, the time you want it to roast. The airflow is also super important. If you just have stagnant air in that, it might over roast the coffee. So you might end up getting something like burnt coffee. But if you don't have too much airflow, it can kind of saturate the beans a little bit too much and not give you the best quality flavor. So a lot of different things, and it really changes up depending on the bean you're roasting. So for example, we sell some coffee here that's grown at higher altitudes. So the coffee bean is typically a bit denser. And with denser coffee, you kind of want a slower roast to be able to actually roast the bean fully. Kind of like you're cooking a steak almost. You don't want to sear it on both sides and not have any of the middle actually cooked, you know?
Yeah, I do want to I want to get back to the beans and where you source them from and how you roast them. JW, what's your business model? What's your vision? What's your plan? Was this an existing Cody Coffee? and you bought it, took over. And why is that? You're taking the leap. What do you think you can do better? What do you bring? Like, where's your vision? Where are you going to be a year from now?
Sure. My wife and I are involved in multiple things here in Wyoming, all around the state, as well as locally here. We're local to Cody and Powell. We got a little hay farm out between Powell, Wyoming, Cody, Wyoming. And we wanted to continue to invest back into the community of Cody. We plan on being lifelong residents here. We've been here 25 years already, and we've established a family. My children are really interested in small business in Wyoming, entrepreneurship. I got a 10-year-old, 16-year-old, 18-year-old. So it was a little bit time for us to start investing back into Wyoming, small businesses, and start building a little bit of a training ground for our children. Besides just going off to business school for 4 years, I want them to see the dirty kitchen all the way to the customer service, all the way to the back end marketing. And so one of the big reasons we purchased this was like almost a training ground for our first and foremost greatest ambition in life. But then number two, I've been drinking coffee since I was a really little kid, like almost too young to be drinking coffee.
He's hooked.
with my grandfather. And my grandfather was feeding us black coffee when we were just little kids at his kitchen table, probably the cheapest and worst coffee you could ever have. And you were not allowed to add milk and sugar to it either.
Mm.
And so coffee's been in my life since I was the youngest the youngest kid ever. And as I've grown up, I've started getting a bigger appreciation for a better cup of coffee. And hey, there is flavor notes in a black cup of coffee. There is different ways, different coffees you can buy to get different tastes and different cups of coffee at home even. So it became an interest of mine. And so we kind of started transitioning to, hey, if we're going to invest back into Wyoming business, if we're going to invest into Cody, Wyoming's future, let's just roll with Cody Coffee. We love coffee and we love Wyoming business. So here we are.
I'm sorry, Piper, you want to add something?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's really, I love the concept behind the roasting here. What JW and Cody are going for behind the science and the roasting is what they call a cup score, which is something that's really curious to me. They're going for high quality. They're not looking to do mass roasting that kind of covers up the flavor of coffee through processing and offering something that's got that burnt aftertaste. They are going for high quality and a high score, something that's in there. They have a score that scores, like, you know, when you have a wine scoring, Wine Spectator does a up to 100%.
Yeah.
They're going for that score level that's above 80. And where do you hit it right now, Cody?
It depends on the coffee. Most coffees don't get anywhere near 100 normally because it's almost like that's a perfect cup.
Yeah.
No such thing. But ours is normally between 80 and 90 is what it falls.
So quality over quantity, and really specializing in that small batch roasting that really concentrates on the flavor profile within that growing climate, which is really interesting.
Yeah. Every client has a different, kind of like a wine with Terrier and a bunch of different wines from the place. So it's kind of like that, but with coffee, essentially.
I was going to say that it just sounds like the wine world, where a certain year, a certain vineyard, then that's what gets the score. That's so same thing with beans. Let me ask either of you guys this: from what I know of coffee right now, worldwide, like there's only a certain amount of places you source beans, like Brazil, Colombia, like major, and everybody, it seems at once, is going through the perfect storm of weather conditions that have hurt the crop. And coffee is super expensive now. Where do you guys get the beans? How do you find them? Where do you search? And are you finding that, it's more expensive to even get the coffee bean to start?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we've certainly had price increases due to droughts in Central and South America and all the coffee producing regions by a pretty significant amount. And I mean, in the last 8 months, we've even seen it go up by $2 a pound in just an 8-month period of time, which is very hard for us to plan and price effectively in our local business. Because there is a swing upward in the price, in the wholesale price, we're getting it. There are wholesale suppliers in the United States that we work with. We're pretty selective in the ones we go after, and we're choosy on the coffees that we want to buy from them, and we'll play around with some different stuff. We got our standard roasts that are always in the shop, and people can count on them every week. And then we'll bring in some specialty stuff that will burn through, 200-300 pounds of coffee in a couple months, sell some specialty bags, and then we'll bring in a different style. So we got the standard roasts that are here every month, that we're getting from our suppliers that are consistent all the time. And then we'll kind of search for some specialty stuff, run a special on a certain roast. Yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see. So we normally get coffee by harvest. So there's going to be like the 2024, 2025 harvest, 25, 26 harvest. And then, yeah, since JW bought it and I came on, like when we first started purchasing coffee, it was definitely $1.50 to $2 less than what we're seeing now. And then come the 2026 harvest, I'm sure we're going to see another increase in price from our wholesale suppliers.
Yeah.
So heads up.
Kind of nice.
Well, sorry, I want to heads up. Well, we're just about out of time. All you folks from Star Valley that are in town for the big football game tonight, Cody, Bronx and Braves getting it on.
Yeah.
Stop in and get a good cup of coffee, a better cup of coffee. Level up on your coffee. J.W. Robinson has purchased Cody Coffee. Cody Kisner is the madman behind the science and the biology of the bean. And really, it's all for e-commerce. Cody Coffee, it's our town, it's our coffee, and it's your adventure. Cody Coffee, man. I'm going to send them your way today.
Start your day right.
Appreciate it.
I love it. I love what you're doing. His grandfather gave him the love of coffee, and he's passing out. He's giving his kids the love and insight of what it's like to be a business, a local business from the ground up. Man, that's just playing it, passing it forward with a good cup of coffee. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Piper, for bringing them on. We got to bounce out for news. Cowboy State Daily Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A 60-year-old Casper man facing sentencing Thursday on child pornography and drug charges fired his attorney, then got him back, and then learned that his attempt to withdraw his guilty plea would not be granted by the judge. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the defendant, Mark Chanez, gets to spend some more time free on his $75,000 bond.
He was supposed to be sentenced, but he filed a motion to withdraw his guilty plea. He's charged with 6 counts of child porn. He apparently wanted to extend his time. He's on bond. He's on a $75,000 bond. He appeared in court and challenged the representation of his attorney. He said that his attorney didn't consider that some Google Doc and some Spectrum connections show that somebody else put those child pornography photographs and videos on his phone.
The judge said that Chanez's attempt to withdraw his plea came late in court proceedings. Chanez on June 18th entered a plea deal with the state where he pled guilty through an Alford plea, which allows defendants to admit guilt to charges while maintaining they are innocent of the crimes. The Wyoming Supreme Court on Tuesday denied the state's request to overrule a lower court and let a new school choice scholarship program go into effect, at least while the case against it is ongoing. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the program, for now, is put on hold.
This school choice scholarship program is paused during Wyoming Education Association's constitutionality challenge against it. And the high court, with not really any explanation, which is common, they're fairly terse orders, said, no, we're not going to undo the pause during the case.
The program, scheduled to have begun July 1st, would have allocated up to $7,000 per year per child to qualifying families on a first-come, first-served basis to spend on approved private school and homeschool programs. Hunters who spend extended amounts of time in the woods often take their haircut business with them. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports some Wyoming barbers welcome the break and then look forward to getting much furrier customers back at the close of the hunting season.
A lot of barbers see a lull during hunting season when most of their male clients go away, seclude themselves in the wilderness, and seek different kinds of animals. Now, when they return after this period of time, these men have gotten incredibly hairy and they need hair haircuts to be presentable to their families.
One barber told Cowboy State Daily that at the end of the hunting season, he sees his clients return with full beards and long hair, and these cuts are often not as fun due to the excessive hair growth. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solution and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
So far, most of Wyoming's data center announcements have revolved around the city of Cheyenne. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports there's plans for a new data center in the state announced by a familiar company.
This data center is headed for a completely different location. Casper has not gotten as much traction in the data center area. This will be the first major data center to announce for Casper. This one in Casper, which is also a Prometheus hyperscale project. So Evanston and Casper are both Prometheus hyperscale. This is the third project that Prometheus has announced.
The data center will start with a minimum $500 million investment for an initial 200 megawatts, but could scale up to 1.5 gigawatts in all with up to 600 employees. And the Outdoors Heritage Coalition, a Montana-based sportsmen's group, and 2 legislators have filed a lawsuit against the Montana Fish and Wildlife Commission, as well as Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that some hunters and lawmakers are saying that if Montana doesn't loosen wolf hunting and trapping restrictions, the predators can't be killed fast enough to put a significant dent in the state's wolf population.
We reported previously that a lot of people balked over their proposal to up the kill quota for the hunting and trapping season this year. An actual lawsuit has come out. 2 Montana legislators and then a sportsmen's coalition group up there are suing the state, saying the regulations are too restrictive and they need to be able to kill more wolves faster in order to get the population knocked down.
The lawsuit is the latest move in ongoing disputes over Montana's wolf management policies. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices about alcohol. Kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, remind me about that party again?
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations, and they want honest answers in everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Mac. Mac Watson joins us here first thing on a Finally Friday. Mac, we're going to make this a regular habit. We're going to talk about news of the week that caught our attention. But first, welcome to Cowboy State Daily. Dude, I love what you're doing with the news. I mean, you're not.
I don't know if I'm doing anything with it. I'm just talking. I'm telling people about it.
You're not making it. I know. But news has become suddenly more exciting with Mac telling us about it. No, everybody brings their own uniqueness to a delivery, whatever it is.
Oh yeah.
And it just Wendy's awesome. And Mac's got his own style of news, and I don't know what it's like. You've been in the business a long time, in media. What's different about it nowadays? What's different about it at Cowboy State Daily? What have you noticed right away in the first few weeks?
Oh, the amount of experience everybody has, because when I was in Phoenix, there was just a line of interns from Arizona State University, the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism, and you really had to help these, I don't want to call them kids, but they weren't, you had to really help these kids along. I mean, we're working with people that have been in this business 20, 30 years, and they just know stuff. I mean, it's like this encyclopedic knowledge of Wyoming or policy or the law or something like that. It's just, I feel like I'm going back to school. I got to keep up with these people because I got to bring my A game every day. So, it's really something special what we as Cowboy State Daily's done.
That's funny, Matt. I noticed the same thing when I came aboard, too. The quality of the newsroom, the experience in the newsroom. Nothing wrong with a Cub reporter. Everybody learns somewhere. Some of them are really great. But, the overall Cowboy State Daily has assembled, the A team. Like, wow.
Right.
All A-listers.
So I was really flattered when I got the call saying, "Hey, do you want to join our outfit?" And I was like, "What, me? I'm stuck in Cody, Wyoming. What are you talking about?
Right.
You want me? Okay, great. Let's talk."
Was it like the episode of the Three Stooges when they walk into a room and somebody says, "Gentlemen," and they all look around like, "Ooh," you're like, "Me? Wait."
Or I was thinking maybe like Seinfeld, I'm the Kramer of media. I just fall into jobs. I fall up, that kind of thing.
Yes. So, I like, now, what is it? You're doing a regular 5-minute news that's syndicated across the state in radio stations. Also, the video news. Oh my goodness. The video news is the creme de la creme of news in the state, Wyoming. It is what?
Let me tell you, between you and me, the videographer that we work with, we work with, I swear he's going to be in Hollywood one day. He is just fantastic.
Yeah.
Putting they're called assets, all the pictures and all the video and everything, putting all that stuff together, because I'm just reading. I mean, really, I come up with the scripts and I have to, record myself reading the news. But this other person, I won't name his name because he's very shy. He likes to stay behind the scenes. I get it. He puts all this stuff together, man, and it's like an episodic news item. It's not even like just the news. It's like this film of news that you get to see. I mean, he's just great.
Yeah.
So again, it's the professionalism and the amount of experience.
Yeah. It's that old-fashioned 6 o'clock nightly news, and Cowboy State Daily has it every weekday, about 12-ish minutes long, and it is a slick package, well-produced.
Well said. It is a slick package. You're right.
And it gets you, just up to date. Here's the news of the day, Wyoming. It doesn't miss a thing, and it covers everything in depth. That's cool.
And what frustrates me, and it's a good frustration, it's a great problem to have. These reporters are so good at what they do and telling a story. My job is I interview these reporters for let's say 6 minutes. I have to cut that down to 30 seconds. And I'm like, they're so rich, there's so much to mine in these small little vignette interviews that then I have to cut down into sound bites. That I'm just like, I want to keep that in, but I can't. I mean, I just want them to go on and tell me more about, energy or whatever, because they're so good at it. So it's a great problem to have.
Yeah, you got to be learning a lot as you go too about news. You're right there at the spigot. You're right at the faucet of news, man. And so you see it all go by. What has wowed you this week? What do you surprise? Also, I have to ask you how often you go to the barber. I'm asking everybody today because of Jackson Walker's story. I obviously don't go near enough.
But you're not a hunter. You didn't go away for hunting season.
I know that's not my excuse. I wasn't out hunting, but are you like a weekly guy, a monthly, 3 month? Bill goes every 3 weeks. He says, Bill Sniffen.
Wow, that's interesting because I was going to say I'm a 3-week guy. I don't like going more than a month, but I also don't like going I know people who go every week.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, that's not one of my scheduled things, because everybody's got a schedule. Everybody's got a, daily, weekly routine.
Yeah.
I go every 3 weeks and I go to somebody who, I hate to say this, doesn't talk a lot, just cuts my hair.
Right.
And doesn't charge me a lot. So I'm a cheap, no nonsense, non-talking kind of guy. So
but
I love it.
That's how guys do it,
Yes.
And our wives go for the talk, for the and pay
for 3 hours,
pay a lot more. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's not me. That's not me.
So what do you make of the story? It's almost like news influencing news in this case, which doesn't always happen. Sometimes Jackson Walker again with his story about the Green River shelter that discontinued the gas chamber, discontinued carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide to euthanize animals, feeling it's not humane. PETA agreed that's not humane, even though the Veterinaries Association says, well, that's one of the accepted methods. And that kind of sent the dominoes tumbling. Now we hear Evanston is going to do away with theirs as well.
It is amazing to me how you've got two sides, right? There's many sides to a story, but I see it in two very distinct ways. One is you're using something that has really nefarious, I'll just say it, evil connotation.
Yeah.
Whenever we hear the word gas chamber, those of us who are of a certain age and study history, we know what we're talking about, right?
You can't get around it. Yeah.
Even for animals, it's like, you're still using that?
Yeah.
Are you kidding? But then on the other side, and I talk about this when I did talk radio, talking about the death penalty, talking about how do you humanely kill somebody? You don't.
Right.
You don't. I mean, to dispatch something off of this earth is not easy. It's not fun. And it is certainly not going to be a walk in the park. So, to go back to your original premise, I think it's really interesting that, Jackson, who's a great reporter, young guy, great reporter, does this one story and then finds out there's only one other town in America that we know of that's still using this, antiquated technology. And the mayor calls him up and goes, we're not going to do this anymore. Thank you very much.
And it's 30 minutes down the road. That's what was weird. If there's
right. It's in the same area of Wyoming. It's so weird.
Yeah, that was amazing. And yeah, it was just sort of news influencing news. Like all of a sudden, the groundswell, the noise got so loud. The mayor of Evanston's like, all right, I see the writing on the wall. We're going to get rid of ours too.
Yeah, and good for them. Yeah, good for them. Yeah. You're exactly right. They saw the writing on the wall. They don't want to be a part of any, we're going to stick by what we've done for 70, some years. No. Get ahead of it. I thought that was a great move.
Yeah. What else has been in the news this week that...
I don't know. I've been to Casper once.
Yeah.
I stayed at the Ramcoda. Okay. Now, no disrespect to the Ramcoda or to Casper. What is going on at Kelly Walsh High School?
Oh.
First, you have a person saying my First Amendment rights are being abridged. Oh, okay. And then you've got Megan Dagenfelder, the person with the longest business card you've ever seen, superintendent of public instruction.
Yeah.
Megan Dagenfelder. My goodness, what a title that is. You see her coming out and saying, "Oh no, I support this young lady's right for free speech. She wants to start a Turning Point USA chapter, I guess, at Kelly Walsh," and got a little bit of pushback from the administration, which, I get. I've got a 16-year-old daughter. Hold on. Let's figure out what this is going to look like down the road. I don't have anything against, what you want to do, honey, but, let's think about this on, so I get the administration side, but then you've got people saying, oh, well, well, if it was an LGBTQ club, who would say what and when? That's what I would want to know. Is it equal for every club? Is it equal for everybody? Look, I get what happened, a couple weeks ago in Utah was horrific.
Yeah.
But don't say because you get a little pushback, well, my free speech is being amended. Come on. We can figure this out. We can work this out. So I thought that was interesting. And then Miss Bad Spellers of the World Untied.
Oh, spelling is important, kids.
The flipping of a letter means everything. So also Kelly Walsh High School.
By the way, Max, sorry. That was Natrona County High School, which is right there in
you're right. My bad.
Kelly Walsh is the one, and Natrona is the
in Natrona County. Right. But still, like, rock throwing distance from each other, right?
Yes.
Instead of, because it's book banning week, which I thought was a kind of an odd week to celebrate. But anyway,
yeah.
The J and the L got switched around, and so the phrase that everybody got in an uproar was "lust won't be buried." Well, I was a 16-year-old boy once. I remember my lust could not be buried. But anyway, it should have been "just won't be buried."
Yeah.
And so I kept thinking to myself, doesn't anybody proofread these things? Doesn't anybody just look at that and go, yeah, we need to switch this. We need to change this. So those are the two stories that I found interesting out of the same county from a, stone's throw away from each other.
Yeah.
That I'm not saying is going to change the world or anything, but I just thought, wow, same county, same area, same, the high school, the two high schools. I thought those were pretty interesting stories. The other thing real quick, I love, I'm really fascinated by are all these data centers.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know anything about data centers. So Renee Jean is great reporter and, much smarter than I am. It just breaks it down so well. And how much money these things are supposed to bring us, supposed to bring the state. Look, I'm all for it. If you want energy to come to this state and we be the, nuclear capital of the world with these micro reactors and all this kind of stuff, I'm all for it. But these data centers, I think, are just fascinating things. And I still don't understand kind of sort of what they do, but I just love the fact that people want to come here and invest in Wyoming.
Yeah, I'm excited. The governor's excited. A lot of people are excited. The mayor of Cheyenne for that one project that proposes not to need a lot of water, because that's my concern with these things. I also
and then you've got the name, the company, I think out of Evanston, Prometheus Hyperscale. If that is not a Marvel comic villain name, I don't know what is.
It's interesting. I never thought of that. It is.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, and these things, man, that's where we're headed for sure. And Wyoming is on the forefront. Where they are popping up like alfalfa in this, like sugar beets every day.
Which is never a bad thing.
Yeah. Every day a new data center. I wonder, I'm scared of AI though, and that's why we need all the data centers.
Oh
right?
yeah, AI is going to put me out of a job, man. In like 2 years, you're going to have some artificial intelligence reading the news. For goodness' sake, I hope they find a better looking guy than me, because I've got a face for radio. So on that video, maybe an AI generated Kent Brockman type of news guy. Maybe you'll see that in a couple years with AI. I don't know.
Your replacement AI guy is not going to keep the barbershop in business. That's the thing. I mean, it all goes around. We need humans to help each other, man.
Exactly.
Mac, I love what you're doing. It's fresh. It's new. Next Friday, we'll talk about another body part, maybe, other than hair. I'll probably have a haircut by then.
Okay. Good luck.
That's my promise to you. And we'll just dig into the stories of the week, because you're right there and you're mouthing them all. You're voicing them all. So I just like to get someone else what's your impression on this? Or what do you make of this news story? Because it's just fascinating. All right, buddy. You have a great weekend.
All right, talk to you next week. Thanks, bud.
Absolutely. Mac Watson, he's the new news man, the new news person at Cowboy State Daily. You've heard his voice and his face, and there he is. He's going to join us every Friday at about this time. Your buddy Bags, who does the Saturday show, he's on next, right after this. Cowboy State.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Friday. Betsy says, Matthew Restall, cannot wait to read your book, The 9 Lives of Christopher Columbus. History books really need to be changed to reflect real history, actual history. I agree. Thanks, Betsy. Sonia chimes in, says, totally clogged. No sound for more than 50% of the time. I think she's talking about like trying to hear the show. Our numbers are good on this side, so we need some internet Drano for Sonia. She's totally clogged on her end. It depends on what platform you're on, Sonia. Maybe it's a bad YouTube day or an X day or Facebook, but on our end, the numbers look good, and we're pushing the stream like we're supposed to be. There's your buddy Bags. His numbers are always good. Bags, people, dude, you're killing it on Saturday. Seriously, your analytics, I am jealous.
Well, I think we get your numbers up when we get your hair fixed.
I know.
Your I don't know, one word, hat.
Yeah.
This is bed hair, and this is a hat. So a little advice from your own buddy.
Dude, how often do you go to the barber? I was asking because I'm like every few months. Some people are once a week. What are you?
Yeah, you got some golden locks there. You got plenty of it. And I don't have like a set time. At some point, it just feels like it's too long. And as the hairline has receded, I've made it shorter and shorter. So if I ever go bald, I'll probably go bald, go all the way.
Today's show, if you just tuned in for the first time, or if some robobot just trolled us for the first time, or if Chat GPT just landed, it's going to answer, what is the Cowboy Show like? It's two guys talking about their hair. There you go. But that's not.
I've talked about weirder stuff on Saturday.
That's not what it's going to be tomorrow. What is it going to be tomorrow? Saturday's version of the Cowboy State Daily Show.
I'm going to jump ahead because I'm really excited about this 9 o'clock interview, 9 a.m. I'm on from 6 to 10 on Saturday. 9 o'clock, I'm going to be live in Tel Aviv, Israel. Gershon, friend of mine, his last name's hard to pronounce, Priyawer, that effect. Gershon lives in Tel Aviv. And this whole thing going down this week, it was the second anniversary of the October 7th massacres in Israel. And I wanted to talk about that. And then, of course, this peace, maybe, hopefully, God willing, initiative that's happening right now as we speak.
Yeah.
And to have somebody, an Israeli citizen, a former IDF special forces, by the way, Gershon, to come on. We'll zoom in. I think we figured out it's 6 p.m. their time at 9 o'clock our time from Tel Aviv. And I just really want to hear his perspective. This is a guy who has a bunker in his home, built into his home, who gets air raid sirens. And in fact, him and I have spoken from that bunker when they had air raid sirens in the vicinity. So, man, that's 9 o'clock tomorrow. It should be interesting. Firsthand, local. What do you think? The hostages coming home? Maybe an end to this war? Who knows? But it should be interesting.
That's incredible, Beg. That's like foreign correspondent stuff.
I
Let's
know.
go live to Tel Aviv. Oh my, what? I mean, world history is happening right now, and you're there tomorrow. That's unbelievable.
And this guy is incredibly intelligent. He is very interesting, and he's the right guy too. I mean, you could, pick up somebody off the street and maybe not even understand them.
Yeah.
But this will be good. So tune in. Don't miss that. Gershon.
Whoa.
I'm going to mess up his last name. I'm going to make him pronounce it for me. Priewer. Priewer. And it's going to be interesting. And before that, we'll go backwards. 8 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
I've got, and we're working on it. I'm not going to mention their names in case, because we're dealing with folks who live out in the country, and so their Wi-Fi is in and out. So we're trying to make sure that that's going to work. But they're pet advocates, particularly dog training couple, and they call themselves the Mutt Masters.
Yeah.
And I've known them for a long time, and they're wonderful and very interesting and entertaining people. And they have their own particular way of teaching and mentoring folks on how to make your dogs behave. So I'm going to have them on. So yeah, from that to this, the Mutt Masters on with me in the 8 o'clock hour. And then J.D. Williams. J.D. is the director of the Sheridan Recreation District, and they're right in the middle of little guy football. And we're talking about maybe, a lot of people, there's controversy about flag football and how soon, how early you should let your kids, boys and girls, play tackle football. Here they start, I believe, in the 6th grade. Before they play tackle, it's flag football up to that point. In my experience, I coached youth football, and they started at 8 years old with tackle football down in Denver. So we'll talk about that and all the stuff that goes on, all the fall sports. There's volleyball, there's tumbling, there's all kinds of things going on. So that's JD. He's in the 7 o'clock hour, JD Williams. And then Lois Malconian. She is a very accomplished, what I would call a life coach, primarily corporate leaders, big company leaders, presidents, CEOs, and she mentors them on how to be effective as in management as a life coach. So I guess even the guys up in the penthouse suite need a little mentorship every once in a while. But I follow her stuff, and it's very good. It's very practical, and it does, just from that perspective, if you're going to manage people, you better have some of those skills, and also, some place to take the stress and frustration, other than out on your employees or worse at home, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what it is lined up. I've been, paying attention to you this morning, and other than the hairdo, it's been a great show. You have had the variety pack on for sure. The story about the Turning Point controversy, I guess, that trying to start a group in Wyoming, I guess in Casper, one of the high schools there. And I was just like, why? Why would they want to prevent that from happening? So I was a little bit annoyed with that story, and I hope it turns out well and everything is done fairly. So that was just one of many of your topics this morning that I found very interesting.
Yeah, I could see the principal of Natrona County High School's point where you're not talking about a kid wanting to start chess club. Like, turning point right now, because of what happened with Charlie Kirk, it is a touchstone, man. It is the third rail. And if you're a principal, you're like, oh man, that's all I need is something that could bring a shooting to my school. Like, I don't want this. Like, but it's a free speech thing, man. You're right.
I'm always afraid that we just start running scared.
Yeah.
If anything has triggered a terrible thing like a shooting or anything else.
Yeah.
So do we never do it again? Think about what happened with 9/11, and for the rest of our lives until recently, we had to take our shoes off and our belt and practically. Because one guy, if you remember, one guy had made a bomb out of his shoe. Out of the hundreds of millions of people who have flown, one guy. And so now for the rest of our lives, we have to take our shoes off. And so I don't know. How do you do that? If it's a threat just to show up anymore, I don't know. That's why I'm saying if we run scared at everything that is possible to happen, then, but man, that's all we do is run scared. But I don't know. I just thought it's pretty mainstream. I thought, and I think that Charlie Kirk was relatively mainstream. I know there's people that didn't agree with him and had certainly different perspectives on things, but he was peaceful. He was nonviolent. He did not advocate for hurting anyone that didn't agree with him. And so, I mean, it's a national movement, and it's gotten huge nationwide. And again, this is Wyoming, relatively conservative, relatively Christian, and so on. So I think, as you said, it's a free speech issue.
And it's just weird that it just feels like where we are in America right now, even in Wyoming, a principal is more likely to rubber stamp your club representing LGBTQ. I want to start a gay club. And the principal thinks, well, yeah, that sounds good. That's DEI. That's all inclusive. That's a positive thing. Yes. Or I want to start a Turning Point club. Ooh, I don't know about that. They're shooting.
Yeah.
But that's where we are now. Unfortunately,
I was heavily involved and am going to be again here very soon. In fact, I have someone from the Fellowship of Christian Athletes, the organizer for in this part of Wyoming, on the show next week, Wendell Smith. And that has even, Fellowship of Christian Athletes was a staple in a lot of schools, in most schools, high schools in Denver. And yet, if you think about it, that could be put in the same category.
Yeah.
Ooh, wait a minute. It's the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. Maybe we should look at that and see, because that might draw attention. That might draw some violence. That might cause a shooting. And what do? Get rid of that too?
Yeah.
That's my concern is, whose club is in, whose perspective is in, and whose is out, and who's making that decision. That's my concern.
That's a big concern, and that sort of echoes what Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder said today in the Cowboy State Daily, saying, you can't play favorites. One club is the same as another club, and these are constitutional rights. Come on.
The Constitution does not stop at the school entrance.
That's what she said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I read that and I followed you. So you're teaching me something.
You're on it. Hey,
as you do every day.
Your Sheridan Broncs are hitting the road playing Rock Springs. They're going to keep the streak alive, I think. We'll
I think they go if they win, is it 50? They hit the 50 mark, 50 straight games, wins.
It's absurdly high, something like that.
I'm going
50.
to the Bighorn Rams versus Glenrock Herders game in Bighorn.
Ooh.
I got friends coming up from Glenrock. And I warned them. I said, hey, the Rams are loaded.
Yes.
You can come on up. You can stay at our house, but don't expect to walk out of here with a win.
Yeah, Bighorn, top-rated team, Glenrock. Oh, good luck. You're coming in as the big dog in that one, the underdog. Bighorn's good.
Well,
Woo.
in fact, the hat I'm wearing is the rancher who's headed up here. That'll be the Grant Ranch, and they have family that are playing, so I have to be kind and a good host.
All right,
but go Rams.
Whoops. All right,
I told you it's the water here, Little Goose Creek. Both Little Goose flows through Bighorn and Sheridan. And that's got to be, and then eventually it gets to Tongue River so the Tongue River Eagles should be better than they are. But the water is what makes the Bronx and the Rams so good. I'm pretty sure
it's the Battle of Little Goose Creek, or as they call it, Glenrock versus Bighorn. Yeah,
got it.
Cool, man.
Right. I'll be on tomorrow. 6 to 10. I like our new promos.
Yeah, I'll send you them. Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, it's like you're a bigger superstar than you were. Yeah, the promo. Check out Bag Show Saturday.
That's what I
thought. you're just getting your numbers seriously on YouTube are crazy. Your Facebook numbers crazy. Every Saturday, up and up and up. More than the previous Saturday.
Man, that's good. I don't know why, because I'm winging it over here.
You're doing something right. Hey, thank you. Have a great show tomorrow.
All right, buddy. Take care.
That's John Baggett, your buddy Bags, with the Cowboy State Daily Show on Saturdays. He's got a great one lined up for you tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. We're coming back with a run for the finish line on the finally Friday edition of this Cowboy State Daily Show.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of it.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero. on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday, and we're finally getting to this day in history. We've been too busy to get there. I'm showing now on the video product, if you're watching along on YouTube, Facebook, X, or the website cowboystatedaily.com, I'm showing you the front page of the Evanston Age, a brand new newspaper coming to, yes, Evanston, Uintah County. The very first edition of the Evanston Age was published on this day, 1872. And I'm surprised by if you look at the masthead with me, and those of you on radio, just imagine, it very much looks, because of the font they've chosen, the typeset they've chosen, it looks like it says the Evanston Ace, A-C-E. That does not look like a G to me. I wonder how many people woke up this morning and the newspaper boy came by on his mule in 1872. I don't even think they had bicycles yet, did they? If they did, they had the one with the big giant wheel. And the newspaper boy throws that paper on your front step, and you said, "What's this?" "Oh, it's a brand new paper, honey. The Evanston Ace." It's what it looks like. It's the Evanston Age, and it debuted this day in 1872. I also see that it didn't last long. The Evanston Age, Volume 1, Number 1, Issue 1, October 10th, 1872. And then it was printed again not until, at least the website does not have any other issues of it except for December of that year. So later in December, it was published again on the 20th. And then only 3 more times, twice in 1876, or once in 1876, and twice in 1879, and that was it. Either that was the whole run, that was the whole existence of the Evanston Age, or that's all the Wyoming Digital Newspaper Collection has in existence of this paper. I'm not sure which is true, but let's see, Volume 7, Number 12. Maybe that's all they had of the Evanston Age. But it didn't last long, 1872 through 1879. This day in history is the day the newspaper was officially launched. The Evanston Age in Uintah County. This day in 1877, a West Point funeral had for a guy named George Custer. The funeral was held this day, 1877, West Point, for General George A. Custer. 1890 this day, big mine explosion in Almy killed 1. Almy, if you look for it on a map today, no longer is a town, but it was back in the day, 1890. 1902 this day, Tom Horn was tried for the murder of Willie Nickel. 1922 this day, an incident on the UW campus. the Lowell O'Brien Memorial. If you're on campus anytime, you spent any amount of time on the campus at UW in Laramie, you may have noticed the monument to Lowell O'Brien. You may have noticed his name is etched in the base of some of the street lights or path lights. And you may have thought to yourself, who is Lowell O'Brien? O'Brien was a University of Wyoming student back in the early 1920s who was, quote, topping off horses that were to be used in a celebration that would greet the incoming university president, Arthur Crane. So he was getting his horses trained up, topped off, legged up, whatever you want to term you want to use, getting the horses ready. These horses were going to be used in this big upcoming celebration for the new university president, Arthur Crane. One of the horses during this training session broke loose and began to head towards a fence and a group of students. O'Brien saw danger ahead. He saw this horse is just going to run right through the crowd and trample people. O'Brien was an experienced rider, and he supposedly, from eyewitnesses, went to dismount the horse and turn it as it broke loose. Now, I don't know that to be a practice today. I don't know too many horsemen who would get off their horse. If you had a runaway horse and you're on it, there are methods you can use to get that horse to woe down. Even if they take the bit and run with it, even if they're running through the bit, you would, the easiest method is to turn that horse in a big circle, convince him that he can still run if he wants to, but start leading him in a circle and then a smaller circle and then a small, and take that running out of him. Make him do circle and circle and circle until you finally have got him so tight there he's going to slow down. So I've never heard of jumping off the horse. That sounds like an inexperienced rider saying, oh my, I'm getting off this thing. But O'Brien was an experienced rider. He went to dismount, and in the process, I guess he thought he was going to just pull this horse aside or slow it down, but his saddle slipped and he was thrown under the horse and received fatal injuries as a result. He was killed, and anybody who saw the incident, I guess, in 1922 said he's killed him. He was trying to stop this horse in order to keep it from killing others. And for that feat, the memorial is put up. His name is on, like I said, these street lamps. His name is on the drinking fountain. There's very unusual design. If you ever see the drinking fountain at the UW campus, monument to Lowell O'Brien. Lowell was the horseman who really sacrificed himself to save his fellow students. 1922, that monument was dedicated. This day in 1992, a 4.0 earthquake occurred right outside of Riverton. 1992. Do you remember that? Those of you who live in the Riverton area. Those are the things that happened this day, October 10th, in history. Let's move ourselves to the rodeo world, the Western Ag Network.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network. Today, Paige Rasmussen, a two-time National Intercollegiate World Champion, an all-around cowgirl, a goat tying champion, and now an employee of Turning Point USA. But today, we talk goat tying with a world champion college cowgirl, Paige Rasmussen, on the Rodeo Roadshow next.
The 2025 Nile Ranch Rodeo is coming to Metro Park October 18th. Come see teams of working cowboys and cowgirls as they compete in events that demonstrate their daily work on the ranch. The Nile Ranch Rodeo preliminaries are Friday, October 17th at 8 a.m., with the finals Saturday, October 18th at 6:30. After the rodeo, enjoy dancing in the dirt with Kyle Shobe and the Wacom Boys. Get your Nile Ranch Rodeo tickets today at Metro Park box office or metropark.com.
Fall is here, and ranchers know that it's more than just changing leaves. It's production sales season. You've put in the hard work, and now's the time to make sure your genetics get the attention they deserve. The Western Egg Network now reaches farmers and ranchers across 11 western states on 128 radio stations, plus broadcast television and social media. When it comes to marketing your herd this fall, we've got you covered. Western Egg Network, connecting your purebred operation with the commercial cattlemen and women who matter the most.
I've been waiting for this day for quite a long time, and it's funny, maybe some sad circumstances that I catch up with my niece, Paige Rasmussen, but nonetheless, we get to catch up. Paige, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me. It's been quite a while since I was on the show.
It's been a long time. You and Shelby were on, and after you won a national title with Montana State, I was talking to somebody just this morning about you, and national champion all-around cowgirl and national champion goat tyer. You haven't quit goat tying, have you? Or are you taking a little break? Tell me about your rodeo life.
Well, I've taken a little break. Of course, it's still near and dear to my heart, and I still do some coaching whenever I can. So I'm staying sharp. I'm trying to stay fresh whenever I crack back out. But for now, we're not on the competition scene.
Are you doing some clinics and things like that?
Right now, I am not actively doing any clinics, but stay tuned for the summer. I'm hoping that it's going to be a busy summer with some clinics.
In future episodes of the Rodeo Roadshow, we'll talk to her about Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. That's all coming up on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
Yeah, thank you, Will, for the Rodeo Roadshow. Let's move on to other news of the day of the Cowboy State Daily. Casper lands a massive 1.5 gigawatt data center. Seems like every week we're talking about the launch or the groundbreaking or the news that a new data center is coming to Wyoming. It's the age of AI. And we're going to need lots of computers. These data centers are just basically giant warehouses filled with computers that are cranking away, doing our bidding as we do Google searches and Chat GPT. We're doing all these things. Microsoft data center is expanded in Wyoming. Meta's got a brand new facility here in Wyoming. Related Digital just announced a new data center in the Cheyenne area for CoreWeave. And now Prometheus Hyperscale, who already has a big data center in Wyoming, announced they're coming to the Casper area with maybe the biggest yet. The data center will be a minimum $500 million investment for initial 200 megawatts, but when they scale up to full capacity, we're talking about 1.5 gigawatts in all with up to 600 employees. It's a big, big deal, and that's coming to the Casper area. They have a similar project outside of Evanston. So good news there. Renee Jean has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming Democrats urge Wyomingites to oppose a bill targeting sexually explicit books. Steve Bonell has the story here for the Cowboy State Daily. The Wyoming Democratic Party, who just announced they have a new executive director from Colorado, they're urging supporters to keep up the pressure and keep on the heat against a bill that would punish libraries for making available sexually explicit books to kids. The Democrats say it's not only an attack on free speech, it's an attack on parental rights. The legislation they're talking about is still in the theoretical idea space. The Judiciary Committee tabled a version of the latest piece of legislation. They do say there's interest in moving forward with it, but right now it's been tabled. It would address and identify what is sexually explicit books, make for punishments for any libraries that carry them. Some Republicans who sit on this joint judiciary committee told Cowboy State Daily it's still their intention to move forward, even if the bill is amended. I don't know if it'll be this session. This session is a budget session, so it may be difficult to get that bill across. Committee co-chair Representative Art Washut of Casper likened the bill to similar debates his classmates had when he was growing up. He said, look, I'm old enough to remember when we were in high school, us boys wanted Playboy magazine available in the school library. Well, guess what? The adults in charge threw us out of the office and said, no way in the world, dumb idea. He's saying basically the same thing applies today. It's not a matter of your right to have these books in the library. It's just a matter of common sense. Some books don't belong in the library. But the Democratic Party is saying, fight this bill tooth and nail. It is an infringement on your free speech. It's an attack on parental rights, the party said. That story by Steve Bonnell in the Cowboy State Daily. And finally, Wyoming Supreme Court ruled to keep that school choice program on hold. The idea that the $7,000 per kid, the school choice bill, that's been held up in the court system thanks to a ruling by Judge Frolicker. That ruling was upheld by the Wyoming Supreme Court. Chief Justice Lynn Baumgartner announced Tuesday that they will keep Judge Peter Frolicker's block in place on the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship Act. These stories and many more are the ones we've been rolling through here on a Finally Friday. That's going to do it for us, though. We got to take the weekend off. Don't forget, your buddy Bags has this show tomorrow, Saturday, same time. We'll see you Monday. Have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes